Tudo bem, Dan? Hello everyone, people from Brazil and from all over the world. The most important phase of the tournament because we are entering the finals, Brazilian finals, and I just wanted to say that today we meet for the last time in SkillzVault because there was 29 streams, including 25 qualifiers and 4 finals. Yeah, 29 streams are behind us, and today is the last SkillzVault final, Brazilian final. It was a beautiful adventure, but it doesn't stop right now. Today we will see Brazilian players fighting to be the best among all countries. Thousands of dollars in the pot are waiting for the winner, but today, in addition to money, they will be able to do what many would like to do because they will be able to play together with the stars. Bruno Clash and Nantin Pausi are here with us today, so I want to also warmly welcome everyone watching us on their channels. Hello, Brazilian friends. So, guys, what is more to say about the finals? Let's start it. Let's go with the first video. Let's go. Hello, I'm Tesri and you are watching SkillzVault. Today we have a very important guest. I hope we get to know him a little better. Bruno Crash from Brazil. Hi, hello, how are you today?
Olá, tudo bom? Tô bem, tô muito bem. Tô muito ansioso também por fazer parte da SkillzVault e muito feliz pelo convite, com certeza.
Okay, perfect. I will ask you a few questions. Please give me honest answers. Are you ready?
Yes. Sim!
All right, so let's go. First of all, I would like to ask you, who are you going to be for SkillzVault?
Bom, eu espero ser o cara que vai levar o Brasil à vitória, né? Com certeza vou dar o melhor, vou tentar ajudar a galera que eu estiver jogando junto também, vou acompanhar eles. Quem sabe eu também não posso ajudar de alguma forma os caras que já manjam muito do jogo a conseguir trilhar o caminho da vitória. Eu espero poder ajudar bastante. Também, quem sabe, ser ajudado.
Oh, I can feel this energy. I like it so much. But let's talk about the players. Who do you think I'm going to play with?
Bom, eu espero contar com os melhores jogadores do Brasil aí. Com certeza eu vou recrutar todo mundo para poder jogar comigo também, né? Quem sabe conseguir essa galera levar esse prêmio aqui pro Brasil, trazer pro Brasil. Nós temos muitos bons jogadores, inclusive um deles, um dos melhores do mundo, que é o Carrilho. Então eu espero que de repente, quem sabe, jogar com o Carrilho também, né? E temos também muito bons influenciadores, como por exemplo o Netenho. Quem sabe a gente não faz uma dupla boa aí.
Alright, so I cannot wait to see you in the finals. But talking about the finals, talking about the game, what are you going to focus on during the game?
Bom, eu vou tentar focar em ajudar os meus companheiros, né? Ajudar meus companheiros, porque eu vou dizer que eu não sou o melhor jogador do mundo aí, né? Mas eu faço um bom suporte, então eu vou tentar ajudar, acompanhar os meus parceiros e sempre estar lá quando eles precisarem. Caiu, eu vou estar lá para ajudar.
Alright, so you just said that you will support your teammates. That's a very diplomatic answer. I would like to know if you are also a good aimer, good at shooting. If your skill is on a higher level, please tell me that.
Bom, eu gosto de ajudar a equipe, claro, mas eu também gosto de dar uns tiros, né? Gosto de conseguir também me dar bem e pegar aí os adversários. Mas eu sou o cara que gosta realmente de dar aquele de longe, tá ligado? Conseguir fazer a mira bem precisa e poder pegar de longe com uma sniper, poder ajudar minhas equipes sem me expor tanto. Então eu prefiro ficar por trás e procurar a hora certa de acertar na cabeça.
Thank you, Bruno. I think we'll check that. I think we all will verify that during the game. Let's go with another question. So who do you think should participate in the event?
Bom, eu acho que eu devo chamar todo mundo que queira participar também. É claro que eu quero que o Brasil ganhe, então eu vou chamar com certeza, conclamar, chamar a galera para participar, que os jogadores já têm muito reconhecimento, claro, mas eu acho que também faz parte, todos os jogadores podem entrar nessa disputa e podem conseguir garantir a sua vaga, né? Então, você aí que tá jogando, você que joga muito bem, quer mostrar seu talento, esse é o local para você mostrar o que você sabe fazer dentro do jogo. Então, vem com a gente, participe. Então, eu vou chamar geral para poder vir fazer parte do time do Brasil.
Alright, so you've heard what Bruno just said. sign up to the qualifiers, go to www.skillzvault.gg and do it right now. And the last question, according to you, Bruno, what is SkillzVault?
Bom, pra mim, SkillzVault é a oportunidade, é a chance que você tem, e você que é um jogador e quer mostrar seu talento, é a oportunidade de conseguir brilhar e aparecer pro mundo.
Bruno, thank you so much for this interview. Thank you so much for watching and stay with us. Stay with SkillzVault. Bruno Clash, one of the best play-by-play casters in the world, are here with us today. Fantastic information. And we got the second star, and the second star is Nantin Pausi. Let's go with the next video. In this material, I spoke with Nantin Pausi about his life, about his PUBG mobile life. Hello again, I'm Testri and you are watching SkillzVault. This interview is to get closer to our stars, and today with me from Brazil is Nantin Pausi. Hello, how are you today?
Opa, tudo bem? Eu tô ótimo, tranquilo.
Perfect, so I think we can start right now. The first question, who are you going to be for SkillzVault?
Eu vou ser um influenciador brasileiro, né? Eu vou jogar com os jogadores que ganharem a qualificatória e depois, na final, todo mundo ali ajudar eles a poder ganhar pelo Brasil.
Who do you think are you going to play with?
Bom, como vai ser uma competição difícil, de bastante gente, eu imagino, vai ter que ser o pessoal com mais skill, ou que pelo menos consiga trabalhar melhor, né? Então, tô esperando jogadores bons aí pra jogar junto.
Yeah, that can be a huge challenge. So, what are you going to focus during each game?
Bom, o Battle Royale, o importante é chegar no final vivo, né? Então, acho que sobreviver até o final aí vai ser o mais importante. E se a gente conseguir pegar bastante kill no meio do caminho, melhor ainda.
And I keep my fingers crossed for you to survive till the end and maybe eat a chicken dinner. So the next question is, who do you think should participate in the event?
Eu acho que todo mundo que joga o jogo e tem habilidade, é bom no jogo e quer mostrar essa habilidade, mostrar para as pessoas que é bom e talvez até começar uma possível carreira profissional aí deve participar. Então eu acho que qualquer pessoa, desde os mais amadores aos mais profissionais, tem a chance de participar aí.
And the last question, according to you, what is SkillzVault?
Bom, eu acho que é uma grande oportunidade para o pessoal que quer começar uma possível carreira profissional ou mostrar o talento que tem, já que vai ser um torneio bem grande que vai ser transmitido pelo mundo todo. Basicamente isso.
Thank you so much. I could say even obrigado. And to all of you, thank you for watching and stay with us. Stay with SkillzVault. And now I would like to welcome people without whom none of these 30 streams would take place. Our casters, Professor Tarzan and Highland Wolf. Hello guys, hello.
Good evening.
Wow.
The last
Good evening.
one.
It's
Good
actually
evening.
quite crazy.
Yes, it is.
I don't want to say just a normal hello because it almost feels like it's too normal. Like I've done this for so long that I can't believe it's the last time that we're hosting this show. This is insane.
Yes, it is. So today we probably see each other for the last time. It was, guys, a beautiful adventure, and I want to ask you, what are you feeling right now? And maybe let's start with Highland Wolf.
Disappointment. I can't believe you just said that this could be the last time. What the heck,
Yes,
Testry? I mean,
Exactly.
I didn't even start this tournament at all in even the UK. I was in Germany for the start of it, so now I'm back home. It's been a journey coming through 3 different regions entirely. But honestly, I think that we probably perhaps saved the best to last. I think that we've got some really exciting contenders for the finals of SkillzVault, and I'm more excited also to see what Bruno Clash and Nantin Pausi can do as well, because they are big names too.
Yeah. And what about your emotions, Professor?
I don't know. It's just Feeling like I'm going to miss this already. I mean, it's very different, and I haven't really worked on a particular tournament, if that's the word to use, for so long. We started in August, went through a lot of regions from the east now to the west, and I think I'm going to miss it. There's a lot of things that obviously we brought up as maybe learning points for players, but I think as the SkillzVault team and myself as the caster, there's quite a lot to take away as well. So I'm going to miss it. I'm going to try my best to enjoy every single moment of today.
Yeah, actually, that is the thing we should all do. Enjoy this last SkillzVault final. Yeah, final in Brazil. Bruno Clash, Nantin Pausi, you guys. I'm also very excited. And when I'm thinking about future, okay, it's I'm a bit sad, yeah, because this is the last time. But guys, let's do this the best we can.
Yeah.
So let's start with Highland Wolf. Please tell me, what are your predictions for today? Because we know that we have Sklag, Drago, Falco, and Hunter. Who will win from all these players? What do you think?
That last one is the player.
The last one.
It was Hunter.
Actually,
it was Hunter.
Yeah.
But in the first week, right?
So you're saying
that was. Yeah, it was a dominance. I mean, we've not seen them tested yet, Test 3. They were finishing the games in phase 1.
Yeah. Actually, that's true. So you are saying Hunter will win, and you, Professor, what do you think? Drago, Sklag, Falco, Hunter. We don't have Ivy today. I'm sad about that, but we have those 4 very good players. So who will win?
You know what? I actually have to be honest here. I don't completely remember the play from all these players because a lot of spotlight was taken by, at least Ivy, and I believe the name was Ken. There were some SK players who got a lot of spotlight, but we didn't have them tonight. But I do have a very faint memory of maybe Falco, and I feel like that, just quite like the name reminds me of Falcons. Right, like that can fly high, right? So I'm gonna put my blind bet onto Falco, and I think he will do well. No science this time, blind faith.
All right. When you said Falco, I'm like Falcao, and this football player for I'm sure, yeah. So maybe today he'll win. But guys, okay, so he can win today, okay? He can be the best among all Brazilian players. But if he is able to win among all countries, because the record is 760 points. Highland Wolf, it is so high. It is a chicken dinner, 12 kills,
right? And I think that's what's been interesting is that we've seen every single finals we've gone into, the bar has been raised by each other's region. And now we're coming into that final region. We've had it 3 times the bested from the previous region. Do we see it now that 4th time? Do we see every region beating out each other? I think it could be possible. I mean, we questioned, of course, the finals beforehand in China and how players were going to be able to adapt to those harder lobbies. I think that now, actually, Brazil, if they have these big full lobbies available to them, we've seen how dominant they can be in their individual games. Is now down to see if they can bring that dominance across and carry those amount of kills that they've been getting into the duos. Because if they can do that, I actually think that they could smash the Chinese result coming in on that finals.
760 points, more than 760 points to beat Chinese players, to beat every single country and win additional money. It is like $6,000 in Bitcoin Vault. Guys, thank you so much. For now, we will play a video called How to Play for the last time in SkillzVault, and then after that we'll come back to you and then we'll start the first game of today's finals. Hi there, SkillzVault is finally live. There's an opportunity to find new global esports stars who had not had a chance to show themselves so far, or who are simply hiding their presence from the world. Now it is a chance for them to be on everyone's lips. If you are from Brazil and your unfulfilled dream is to play alongside a star and become a professional esports player, there's only one way you can make it happen: SkillzVault. But how can you participate in it? It's very, very easy. You enter the specially prepared SkillzVault website, which you will find at the address skillzvault.gg. Then you will find the sign up tab. There you will be able to see the option to sign up for one of the 4 qualifying tournaments. Thanks to that, you will join the stars who are waiting for you in the match stage of the tournament. And which stars we are talking about? Bruno Clash
is the first player with whom you can form the best duo in the fight for the global SkillzVault champion.
Pausi
Is the second player waiting for you. Remember to sign up as soon as possible.
Okay, so remember that there are 4 qualifying rounds. So even if you can't sign up for the first one, we'll accept you on the second with open arms. So if you are ready to become the best, it is worth knowing how and what you will fight for. In each country, the tournament was divided in 3 stages. The first is the qualifying phase, the second is the match phase, and the third is the final. Together with the stars, you will take part in 2 of them, gaining both individual points and those that will add up to the global SkillzVault ranking. If you are the best in your country, a big share of the $6,000 prize pool in Bitcoin Vault awaits you. But that's not all. If your country turns out to be the best among all participants, you will receive a whopping $5,000 in Bitcoin Vault prize and the SkillzVault champion title, as well as eternal respect and a chance to be noticed by headhunters looking for players. If this sounds like an opportunity to you, don't waste it. Sign up now.
Welcome everyone back, of course, the SkillzVault Brazilian finals, final stream. Of course, Tesri has left us, but we are not stopping the action, Tarzan. So we just started, we got 6 games worth of epic excitement for all of you at home. And of course, as you saw on that video, Bruno Clash and now Team Pausi joining all of our 4 players, Glack, Hunter, Drago, and also Falco in the finals. Tarzan, we talked about who we're excited for, but I think there's that dark horse, always a Drago coming in, right? Because yes, he replaced Ivy. What can they do to impress us, considering that they have, out of all of these 4 players, the most impressing to do?
Consistency, maybe. We love that term, but because it's a different type of format, right, for the final, so they really need to make sure that they find the balance between that aggression and all these the factors that can change in the game. And we've seen in previous finals as well, like the influencer's influence may not be too good sometimes. Just drop a chinky or something to just die, like literally the first 2 out of lobby. And I think from that one game alone was enough for some of these players to fall into the losers bracket. So like now that we talked about terms like that, it's time to talk about the format a little bit. We will have series 1 and 2 for the finals. It will be a few hours long right here. Of course, we have the first 4 rounds for series 1 where all the 4 players get to play with the 2 influencers, and we will have 2 games happening at the same time. So the 2 influencers will play 4 games back to back, but each player will only have those 2 chances, and we will swap between 2 games to catch those action. But it will be that prize, or should I say point system, that we're quite used to by now, but it's different to competitive play, right? We've got those, how many points again, Highland, for the kills?
30 kills for the kills and 400 for that chicken dinner, Tarzan. But it goes down, and that's the most important part of it, is that you're facing lobbies now of not 7-8 players, we're facing lobbies of up to 100, and you have to get inside that top 40 position to be able to start earning those placement points, as they do decrease down further and more so as you end up going further down the lobby. And it's no surprise that we have seen actually some of these players drop down early on, and I think it's that shock factor of not only playing, of course, in duos, but also playing with someone not only as an idol, but also as a partner in tonight's games. It really has changed the dynamic in which these players play.
Mm-hmm. Well, but we talk about partners. After all, we have to talk about how points work, and that is quite special, right? Like they have to help each other survive towards the end, so they both get, the 400 placement points. But when it comes to, they are calculated separately, so you can technically steal some kills like from your teammates, and I don't think it will affect the influencers that much. I mean, the contract signed and everything, it's there, right? But there's a reputation.
But
hey, but there's a reputation. Yes, okay, of course, yes. Like we're quoting that because Quan Kun from Vietnam was the influencer, and he didn't give a heck, right? He took every single kill from. Like, he just shot everything, and I think that caused sometimes, like, without him knowing, I feel like, a huge hit to potential prize money that the player, one of the 4 finalists, could get. And so, yeah, like, that is something that we have to factor in mathematically. But we do have Series 1 with those 4 rounds, right? Highland Wolf and Lovely People. Then we will split them into the winners and losers bracket, and we do that with the influencer as well, not just the players, right? But when it comes to players, you have 2 and 2. So then we enter Series 2, and it's a best of 1 there. So it's one game, right, in those classic match where legends were first, born, right? We all started grinding that way, bring the RNG in, have your usual, practice setting, but then show your best, and then you can have a huge share of Bitcoin vaults if you can be all the way, up the top.
Oh man, I mean, I was just thinking back, you take me back all the way to when I first started PUBG, and I just got thrown into it, as I said in one of the other previous qualifiers, right? Like, Max, man, just dumps me in, like, the dumpster fire of it is my first casting, and not even knowing what a blue zone is. But now I actually know a little bit more about PUBG. You can see I'm slightly less noob level, but I'm still a bot killer. That is still something that I'm proud of, Tarzan, and I would like to keep that going for as long as possible.
Jesus. Why would we are different, right? Like, and of course, like, I need to, because I haven't done this in the past. Of course, we've got beautiful t-shirts, right? With SkillzVault is not just about cryptocurrency. It's also about NFT. So, like, this is a good sample of those. But now on the t-shirt is the wrong region. I've got the Chinese one because I've won the one.
I had Brazil, that one. I got it in white before. I got it in white.
But you know what? You can say this is ironic, right? It's like, oh, he wore the wrong region. But yeah, no, like we celebrated all regions, and I do still feel like this is also, how should I say? It's almost a symbol, like, for what I believed in. I still believe that China was our best region if we talk about the competitiveness and through, how, like, every game, every fight happened. And of course, Global's coming up. We are still, I'm going to cast some of those, and seeing these Chinese teams, I think that is where I put my belief. So you know what? I'm just here to taunt a little bit, like, with the passion coming from the Brazilian region. This may really be the thing that makes them a little bit fired up so that they can maybe take it all away.
Are you telling me that the East is better than the West, Tarzan? Because there's still going to be 6 teams in December. And I'm convinced that our side is better.
Well, we will see. And
it's true.
After all, it's a little bit of
West
a chess
tonight.
game,
We
right?
get the West tonight with Brazil. So
True.
A7 representing ish.
Yeah. I mean, it's great. Like, we need to, bring in a little bit of the pro scene here, right? Because I think we all start somewhere. Some of these players may go, really far one day, and could start from SkillzVault. Is no jokes. I mean, we were doing our research. Global Championship. Some of these teams did start kind of their grind when it comes to within the scene. ground up within one competitive year. So it's about your growth rate. So right here, like we want to mention, Brazil as well as a very strong region. One of the best teams in the West is from here. So like it's going to be very interesting to see the talents that we see here today. I mean, through the qualifiers, we've seen quite a lot as well, but here is for them to prove even further.
Oh man, but also, to be frank, when it comes to these four players, and I want to go back to that as well, we talked about Hunter, I think, being the most scary player, we could say. Tarzan, of course, they haven't really been tested as well, so it could be down to how they play, of course, differently today. But I actually think that you can't deny also Slack and also Falco, who are these other two players who I think actually, to be fair, equally had to fight for their own position coming in, and it was actually fairly close. I remember we had in our third qualifier, you look back to it, it was 1 kill difference, Tarzan, in between who qualified and who didn't. And actually, it's now down to not only being just that 1 kill ahead, not only being good at PUBG Mobile. Imagine being good at PUBG Mobile, something I can't relate to, Tarzan, but being great. Being great at PUBG Mobile when it comes to the finals, because, of course, as we said, it is our finals itself, and we do want to see the best that we can offer. It is that question of course, Brazil needing to beat that 730 points, I believe it was, from that Chinese region. That is the bar that has been set.
We will remember that number. We will do the calculations. After all, when we need to crown the best region, those maths come in more importantly in Series 2. But of course, it's important in Series 1 to determine who goes into the winner bracket for Series 2. But yes, like you talk about, being tested, right? And that is one thing that I would use, you can say, as an excuse when it comes to trying to forget everything that happened before, right? Like you want to see it with a fresh pair of eyes. You never know. Players' condition of the day. Many things can happen in live. Mum and girlfriend can happen and flank you, and that is worse than a nade. That deals more damage than the blue zone, right? And so it's not just that.
It's instant
and the
kill.
favorite factor is instant GG. Like we've seen, people sent back to lobby before, like with that, right? But we need to see this one because Bruno clashes in with Hunter, and this extra bit will be about synergy.
My goodness.
You never really know,
Tarzan.
right? But they are playing Arcane.
Look at, quite frankly, I'm just going to say it, Tarzan, the amount of stuff on those shelves, that is like the entirety of mobile gaming in the background of Bruno Clash. I'm not going to lie to you, Tarzan.
I mean, it is great. Like that's how you know someone's got that passion and almost a history book, shown in front of your eyes.
The
Not
iPad's
all of
coming
it.
out, Tarzan.
Oh yes,
He's got
But
the
he
iPad
needs to
out,
move. He needs to move.
He does.
He's trying to reset, right? Like you can see that he disconnected and came back, but we do have to introduce this. And I think this would be a little bit like, what the hell? Like for most players. But I'm going to tell this to everyone. Like Testry as well, this is the Arcane mode. It's a special mode on Erangel for this time when we have that collaboration with League of Legends Arcane. We actually have this as one of the maps on the map rotation in one of the recent tournaments, being the Star Challenge. And I had the pleasure to cast that one and be on the analyst list. And it just has so much different features. You can go onto these islands. If you die on these islands, it just sends you back right down, right? So you have these chance to come up and challenge with no fear, and then you can just, but if you die, right, on the usual Erangel ground, then you just get sent back to lobby. But otherwise, you keep going up to these islands through portals, and at some point you collect enough gems or whatnot, then you can actually transform into one of the 4 characters for Arcane, being Jinx, Caitlyn, Vi, and Jace. So did I say Jace already? No, yes. Probably not, right? I start with the 3 ladies. So there we go. Those other 4, Caitlyn, Vi, Jinx, and Jace. Yes, there we go. And we've got a little bit of an update from the production team. We need a quick restart for the side of Bruno Clash. No problem. We've got a few minutes. You never know. Like, Jeff can go extremely far in this one, right? So, no, like, Jeff... Yes, it's Jeff.
His name's Jeff, Tarzan. His name's Jeff.
I love the fact that we were seeing back here. I thought we are losing the SK players, but I never thought SK like Skluck is the name. Is SK Luck? Is Jeff? And wow, he did something I've never seen before. What is that drift?
Tarzan, he's bringing the skills because we know his name's Jeff, but he can drive. He can drive just as well, and he's carrying Mountain Posey quite literally. Mountain's on his knees watching it, but they need to actually, I think, quite frankly, get some loot, because as much as the skill of doing all of these fancy tricks is quite impressive, I still think that Mountain Posey looks a little bit vulnerable there. No armor, no nothing, no gun, quite honestly, and they do need to get a little bit of a move on when it comes to those first.
You can see you can be ganked by someone for sure.
Oh, yes.
Like, you can see the flank coming in behind.
Just anything. It could be a shotgun just on the drive-by, one tapped. I mean, could you imagine?
You're missing my
skill
point. You're missing my point.
But a skill.
Have a look at the face cam later on. Literally, someone walked in the room behind him. But you know what?
I wasn't
If we
looking.
go back to the game. Yeah, there was a lady who walked
so
into the room,
mesmerized
and I
by
thought
Jeff.
that could be the problem. But no, it's not wrong.
Is it the
I'd be
mum flank?
mesmerized
Was
as well.
it IRL? The
You
mum
can't-
flank IRL?
You don't know who that lady is, so I'm not going to assume. But one thing is we have to say, right? Like, there's no assumptions made. There's only 78 players left, and I feel like they are losing a lot of time by not fighting early. Like, you can look on this side. Hunter's got himself 4 kills already. You know, that is how important it is, right? Like, to jump onto Arcane and also onto the islands and have early aggression. And I think it's just a lot of time wasted on the other side. Like, after all, it's about, you know, I'm not saying that you run away from fights or just like go blind in, I should say. Just find that balance. We need those points.
Do you know what we also need, Tarzan? I was thinking back, okay, to the PMGC. We said that we're going to do the research, and I'm just thinking now, well, we're going to see in the finals, the guns in gun-wise here. M416 was practically the favorite when I was reading up on all of these players, but I am disappointed because I never saw inside of all of these favorite guns and all of what they like to play, the Uzi or the Scorpion. It doesn't. We just have to have a moment. We just have to have a moment, okay, to understand and appreciate not the beat bus. We'll get to that later. The Uzi and the Scorpion, because you know my love for just running down with 2 close range weapons onto everyone. It might not work out, but I like to think that if I go in guns blazing and scream like a little girl while doing it, then I am brave big boy, brave big wolf.
Is kind of that type of thing you do, like when you played your first person shooter game. I feel like that's just, it just reminds me of that for some reason. But you know what?
I love to scream. It's singing.
Do you like to be wrong if it makes you happy? I ask these hard questions, right?
That's an interesting philosophical question, Tarzan.
Okay,
I'm not
you
sure
know what?
if we're
I'm
ready
gonna
for
make
this.
it
We've got 6
easier.
games.
No,
Okay.
you know what? Like, I'm gonna make it easy for you so that you understand what I actually mean. It's actually a lot simpler than
Depends
that.
what we're talking about.
Went through the document. Maybe you went through the players on the West.
True.
In the East, we've got players who actually put down Uzi as their favorite weapon. So that is how you can be wrong,
region,
but
Tarzan.
you can also be
Casting the wrong region.
happy. Maybe.
If we just swap the players, I'll trade you some of my players for euros. It's like Monopoly. If I give you some of mine, I can build some houses, some hotels. I can build a foundation of some of your players too. Okay?
I almost feel like we're talking about the wrong game. Makes me want to play Sims or something. But well, who knows? Like, soon we will have clans where we can build hotels, and we can chill and
That's
do
true.
training ground next to the house that we built. How cool would that be? God, I'm gonna
Exactly.
send that
We
to
can have a
Tencent
massive monopoly
get
of
paid.
everything. Exactly. Right.
But
We
right
can
now,
make a place for all
don't-
the players. All the players.
Hey, I didn't enjoy this one bit though. Like I feel like this is okay. Yeah, I can see the Omp making some work done, Jeff, with the first kill, but basically half of the lobby is dead, and they're just still hanging around Novo, and I don't even know where the zone is, so can't really say that this is the best course of action. But on this other hand, Hunter is trying to basically almost get qualified by kill points alone. 8 kills on board, 240 points, and if he knows how to play safe, I would say, like with that aggression, then it would be, just the game he needed, maybe.
I feel like Hunter, we expected to see this kind of dominance come through from him. But 8 kills? I mean, he's on his 9th. He just looks at someone and kills them. There's no mercy, Tarzan, when it comes over to Hunter in this first game. I mean, Bruno Clash, you don't need to do anything because Hunter has him covered. It's like a full 360 4-man team just himself.
Well, what can I say? Like, sometimes you do learn something from people less famous than you are. Wow, that is deep, right? Because that is a full-on rant about esports. Who are you? I don't need to listen to you. I've got more followers. Okay, I'm gonna take that away. But it's actually lovely. Sometimes I respect the influencers joining this game a lot because sometimes playing is not their strongest suit, right? It's having a great personality, helping people in the scene, casting or whatnot. So it's actually great sportsmanship, right? But as you can see on the kill feed right now, the big gun on the left side means someone got that minigun form in terms of Arcane becoming Jinx and spraying people down. So I'm looking forward to seeing some of that because I want to call them not just by their usual name, but by the League of Legends character name.
Are you going to say, like, Jinx deletes everyone? The chompers go out onto 5 different people? I mean, also, I don't want to spoil Tarzan because obviously we don't want to disappoint anyone here, but have you yourself watched Arcane?
I'm still trying to convince like some close family members or friends to watch it with me, but it's almost like sharing with them something great, right? I love the scene, I love the game. It's almost like it would mean more if I watch it with someone who might not understand but then can grow to love it, right? So I'm waiting as we can't wait, like Hunter won't wait for Bruno to get a single kill. Like, I mean, he looks a little bit
used to be
confused
faster.
or frustrated.
Yes.
It's like, he won't even talk to me, and he's just taking everything away. And look at that spray.
Oh my days.
Man. The spray control with the tracking was actually so on point. Would blow the horns as well.
Don't stop!
Get in! He doesn't stop, and he is pushy as well. It's like, beep, beep, like 2 seconds without Bruno sitting in the car. It's like, let's go, mate.
He just got 3 kills, Tarzan, in about the space of 15 seconds. There's no breathing coming through from Hunter. It's just firing from that gun onto every single person around. And I said he feels like a one-man team, quite frankly. And yes, Bruno may be upset, but Bruno's getting hard carried right now. I mean, I wish I had someone that good enough to carry me, Tarzan. I mean, where are you as well in those games? I mean, we played some League talking about his crossover with Arcane, but
to carry
we need to get into a game of PUBG, right? We need to get into the full carry of the game that we cast.
Of course. I mean, I don't want to make you feel intimidated because I will be like pushy, like go here, go there, get in the car.
Oh no, you direct me.
What are you doing, hugging your boss? But you know me, like I was an IGO back in the day, and sometimes it's like natural of me to pushy is not the right word, but like want to
encouragement,
have a little bit of plan. Yeah, like you get what I mean. It's almost like guiding, asking the right question, so maybe I can induce sensible gameplay. Sensible is a sad term. I feel like it's almost like someone's too dumb, so you need to use the word sensible. That's not what I mean. But yes, I will happily play some game with you as we see Jeff finally finding the second.
He could get his first kill, but it's not going to be the case, Tarzan, just yet. He is still on 0, but they are inside of qualification points. He might be dead, actually. It might be where they get put down in 35th position, but no.
Trade.
Jeff does enough now to Powsy. He has a prayer just one more time, and Jeff does save him. You can see a smile on his face. He knew he was in trouble in that moment, Tarzan.
You could see the small panic. It's not wrong. God, just look at these kill feed as well. Someone's on the champion island. I really want to see them up there. You can see the punching coming from Vi, the minigun from Jinx, and you can see the huge hammer of Jace. And I think Caitlyn's actually the weakest one, but I don't think you can choose which champion to become when you go up Champion's Island. You do kind of just get that RNG. And you can see Hunter's just got no patience with Bruno Clash, but I understand it. This is not how you want to die. The red zone is a little bit too scary.
Right, especially if you're going to sit in a vehicle. I mean, we've seen all too often Tarzan getting one-tapped by the red zone inside of a vehicle. It just does not work. It's not funny. It's not great at all. But you do see them head back further into zone. Of course, that zone as well, shifting towards, I believe, that south side there, Tarzan, as well. So they do want to try head over towards that bridge that is going to be onto the western side. And potentially then get even more kills by baiting around the edge of here. You can see another doing the same strategy on top of the bridge, but they getting sprayed down. But Clash, can you find your first kill just now? No, you cannot. You spray better than that, my friend. Finally, they pop them through. The buggy disappears completely. And they would drive over onto the hill. They successfully land. And Bruno, you still get off the target mark, but Hunter takes him through to the South Island, albeit.
I feel like based on how Hunter's playing this game right now, in his head, he would probably think, I wish you are not on the car right now so I can swap seats and spray someone down, right?
Yes,
but
exactly.
You see, some things are coming through to show that he is an experienced player. Not everyone knows how to exit the bridge at the right spot, right? So that you can still land on ground. So that is great to see from Hunter. That delivered alongside his driving skills.
I mean, right, you have to let Bruno have some time to be able to find these kills. And I like that Hunter is trying to split this evenly. I mean, also Hunter is sat at 12 kills, doesn't it? I mean, there's still 25 players. He could still approach those ridiculous 20, 21 kills that we see in 4-player team games, which are already insane themselves, but he could approach that number as a solo player. I mean, of course, we've only seen that coming through from Quan Kun before. The highest 21 kills, I believe it was, the most we've seen in any game out of the finals in any of the SkillzVault regions. And I think Hunter, he could be one of these players to potentially break that mark. But albeit, he still needs to get another, about double of those kills to be able to beat that score.
Well, yes, it's a score to beat, but like we mentioned earlier, right, we have to start from 0 when we get to Series 2. So it's still good from Hunter, man. I think this is where it matters. Oh, look at those gems. Those can be used on those islands. I want to see them on an island again. But anyway, it was so, what's the word? I don't know how, it's amusing. When you see that on the ground, it's I found something nice. And yes, you can do a lot with those. And
shiny.
Exactly
what it is.
You know what? Back to the game. I like what they're doing. You got enough kills. You want to make sure that you bag some placement points as well. So staying on that south side through that white rotation to catch whoever's, in those compounds were great. I mean, it involves some risk, but I appreciate what they've done. And right now, on to 5 kills is the situation for Jeff. I mean, he was the one who saved quite a lot. And right now, because of once again, the safe play style, they want to go for the bridge further from the zone, tank it a little bit, come back in as they slowly approach that western side. I almost got that mixed up. It's not east, it's west. But Westbridge, to cross right now, they better have the meds to do so. And Denton Palsy got a little bit confused. Nope. Jeff is just trying to stem up with that adrenaline syringe, and then he shall be able to tank a little bit longer.
True, but Tarzan is not the Chinese region, to be fair. You don't have to rely on the stems to be able to survive the blue zone. Instead, it is their health bar that's ticking down. I would like them to move just a little bit, considering that also they do have to get across that bridge. It's not going to be easy. I think you can run into the same problem as we already saw Hunter and Bruno Clash put onto those opponents who did try to cross it. Is the exact same bridge, but we're going in the opposite direction. Do not be confused, Tarzan. South-north is also confusing for me as well as west and east. You know that it is difficult for my small wolf brain to decipher locations on a map. Compasses are not my forte.
Hey, you know what? But for sure, can wolf it out. Like show the enthusiasm.
Oh, I can't believe you went there. Ooh. Oh, that pun was deep. Ooh. Wipe
like
that
deep
brow.
for you, hits you right in the soul, like somewhere very deep and personal. And hey, you know what? Like, I need to know some of your buttons. Like at this point, we've been casting together for so long, but
you're pushing them.
I'm pushing them, every single one of them, like with a beat as well. It just and it's
I know,
like,
right?
No, stop.
It's like bop
And-
it. I just pull it,
bop it,
pull it, twist
bop it. Hey, but you know what? Like, I feel, are they in the same? No, they can't be in the same game, right? Like the circle doesn't sit
No.
right, so they are on two different games. Just like actually, we are on very decent pace, right? Like so, shout out to, of course, all the participants and the SkillzVault team. We are not only on schedule but well matched across two, and I think it will be very interesting to see how both end games going to happen. And so yeah, like we have Hunter here, just done the early dirty work, right? Like right now can just wait for the placement point and kill someone in the end zone right here. And there's one more point that I want to talk about, mostly about the side of Jeff, because we know he's got that skill. There's no problem, but if you didn't have the right macro and game plan, that can really hurt you. Like right now, I'm so scared for him because the kill points are just not coming through. That is just not right.
That's true. Jeff does need to catch him up, but it's tactical, Tarzan. You said they're on the same pace. Just keeping the same level of players inside their games. They're actually communicating through mind waves right now. It's like telekinesis. Is that the word? No, telepathy. Telepathy, Tarzan. English is hard. But telepathy, they're on the same wavelength. They know that, hey, Hunter, he's got 12 kills, yes, but he can't get any more because they have to wait. They have to wait for the other to catch up, and then they finish at the same time, and it's beautiful synergy. It's like an orchestra, Tarzan. Like, they play in synchronization. It's harmonic.
Yes. Yes and yes. And right now we are very close to Sharkfin. We just past Sharkfin, and that is going to be south of Farm. So a little bit more rotation coming through. But here comes the challenge. Actually, the shots come through. Jeff needs to take this fight and maybe get his 9th kill.
But Jeff, he is getting those kills. It seems like we come back to him, and when we disappear from him, that's when he gets kills. I want to see him, though, pick one up, see how good he really is with his gun skills. He just had to buy some right now, but I'm going to find the players. That is the problem. Mountain Parasy Nade pushes out further, but so does the Blue Zone, pushes them inside of the danger area itself. As, of course, keep in mind they are 1,100 meters away, but so are all of these other players. They have still found some form of kills, but they can't go too low. Keep in mind the Blue Zone will continue to tick down slowly. Is that something they are aware of? Now shoving the grenade through, trying to push him into a corner. The nade is still ticking, but you have to be careful you don't walk into it yourself there. They walk across a wall. And now they will head further forward, but it's back to Serenity. Tarzan to Hunter. Stealthily waiting at zone as well. Going to go away from them. That is an interesting zone, quite frankly. I think that you could easily see a world where Hunter and Bruno clash. They try to rush in onto the top of that hillside, because that hillside looking pretty darn strong. when it comes to the overall location of that zone, the high ground coming over what is those complete flats. There's not really, of course, that many compounds left for players to hide in. Of course, not that many players left at all when it comes to 14 players remaining, 12 others than Bruno and Hunter themselves.
Ooh, and you know what? I want to see them rotate a little bit earlier, but seems like they found a way. Anyway, the 13th kill and 13 player remaining, and yeah, basically just need to go back to where they came from, and that would be a good way to go. Seems like they did not prepare enough gas for his car, so need to swap into this bike, and then maybe opting to go along the coastline. No, they remember that they have that buggy. Will be my choice as well, but as you can see, it's time to go, and that is my worry for the side of Jeff and Nelton Palsy, because that circle is starting to hurt quite a lot. When they took that fight outside of zone, when they've got 1,000 meters to wrap up, if it's taking just another 20-30 seconds longer, it can burn out most of your meds tanking that loot.
That is a good point, though, Tarzan, when it comes to, of course, getting inside of that zone. Because they were slower, though, they maybe don't have this priority coming into the zone. And that's also something to think about when it comes to being quite aggressive in the way that they are approaching it in typical Hunter Bruno fashion, as we've already seen from our first game alone. I think, of course, a little bit of a dipped stop onto it. Collide, but a bump. Not too deep though for now, as they will continue on their merry way and continue to search for his players. It is realistically now Hunter Bruno. You can see the style in which they're playing, searching for those kills. You can hear the gunshots as they do turn back 180 to try find where exactly they came from. Because I feel like, Tarzan, we're coming to the stage where we got snakes in the grass, and that's how it's going to be.
Ooh, they made it though on the side. Like, I think this is impressive to say the least. Onto the shelter side, we have Jeff actually made it in. 9 players remaining with 9 kills. So, of course, so much better than some of these games that we've seen when people die quite early. And but you know, on the other side, I feel like it's not easy to play that circle, right? For the side of Hunter and Bruno Clash, it's good high ground in the center zone right there, but it feels very exposed to multiple sides, right? So I really want to see how they pull off that macro. Same for this, because the landscape around shelter can be extremely hard to maneuver through. The good thing is the number of players aren't too high, right? So that is some just, you know, a good bit of data, right? Like for these two to have a little bit more confidence in maybe getting that chicken dinner.
However, though, when you are in a car, I think it's quite obvious where you are going to be to every one of those other players. You can not only see them, but also hear them with the sound cues, something that if you are, unlike me, will be able to hear. I did not play with headphones, Tarzan, in my games. Is that probably a mistake? Could be a mistake. Maybe that's why I'm not good at PUBG. I'm just
is a mistake.
Handicapping myself by taking one of my senses away.
I almost feel like you often just try to fit into this role of a bad and casual player, almost intentionally to make other feel better about themselves, and you know, I respect
it's just
that. I like it.
It's just lack of confidence for me is what it is.
Hey, but you know what? Sometimes players use that as well. Like, I need to wonder, right? If Jeff actually, you know, doing this intentionally to park the car outside in the way that they almost can't retrieve it back, like that could be a huge mistake, right? But Bruno Clash finding the first kill and on his way to maybe finding the second, looking over to that shoreline, and that could be very, very good. And that is interesting loadout from both sides, right? Like look at these shields. You know what you can get with those gems that you pick up in arcane mode. That is amazing. It almost feels a bit like Fortnite. So we are having 3 huge games in the same game as they get zone blessed, essentially. They need to move 20-30 meters, not too bad, but they will be able to gatekeep whoever they're looking at that brilliant part there close to the shoreline.
15 kills though, Tarzan, already. I mean, yes, Bruno's got 1. I think you can give some more to Bruno over.
He ran out.
Make it down to 7. I actually really appreciate, though, that use of the shield. I think that heading back, specifically to that shield, I think it's quite brilliant in the way that, of course, they are blocking about 180 degrees of their angle of enemies away from them. However, it's hunted down, and unfortunately, Bruno wasn't watching. They find one, can they find a second to spray? They're going down wide. You can't find the shots, and that's it, done, kaput. Hunter, not alive. Bruno dead, too. And now go back to our final few players. Over towards now to Parsi and Jeff. Exactly. But look at the kills. They're at 10. But he's left. He's left him.
He has to.
Parsi's down.
He has to.
He has to, right, indeed, because the zone is going to gobble him up. He's barely alive, and this is risky. He's coming back in with a buggy once more. They brought all the vehicles. It's an absolute car party over on towards this museum, and Jeff, he does manage to heal up. But where are you?
You know what? I hate to say it. Yeah, but I hate to say it. Like, Hunter and Bruno Clash made a mistake, right? Hunter decided to reset and not keep an eye on the guys they were looking at, right? They gave them the way out, and Bruno Clash also just didn't quite spot, but we did, right, on the screen. Like, they went for the right rotation up the hill, and there's no comms through that way, and probably just didn't, you know, spot it, but it's so predictable, right? Like, they've been in there, they need to get out, they let them out, and that is the reason why they fell at 5th and 6th place. That is a decent hit, to say the least, in placement points. 80 points, that is quite a lot. So we are talking about Jeff right here, taking the 12 and at least getting a 4th place. So mathematically, he has already at least tied or surpassed the side of Hunter.
I love when people are just able to land those grenades, Taz. I mean, you talk about making other people's feels better. I mean, that is one of those feels good man moments. And he finds the spray potentially onto another. Yes, he does. 13 for Jeff. He's like a car machine right now as he just drives by, stops, picks up the kills. 3 so far more. 3 players remaining, and he has to carry. Of course, now Pausi is on his own. It could still be a team of 2 that he goes up against, or 2 solos. Tarzan? Oh no.
Oops.
We've stopped.
It's fine.
We've stopped. But
it's
we're
good.
back.
It's fine.
We're back with us. That's true. That's true. We are back with us, and I think that, to be fair, I got to see how the result works out. Got to see how it goes with, of course, Mountain Powsy and Jeff in the final few moments. But I do think that what we've seen so far is actually a very good 2 games. I was kind of concerned as we do move back in onto Jeff to finish it off, of course, of these players and how they would fare. But Jeff in particular, being able now in this moment to get so many kills after the 35 player mark, up to now 13, he's actually equaled in a way to where you saw Hunter was in that previous moment, and into the museum for that final showdown to see if he can, of course, land that 15 match Hunter in the way that he plays. 1 nade on into the shed outside, but no one's going to get caught. There's no one there, and he now knows it. Can move slightly further forward. Of course, that zone has moved away. Tarzan, 1 more minute. He has time on his hands, but the position not so much. He's in a corner.
Oh. It's tricky, though. It's very tricky. He wants to go back to the museum, which they once had control of, right? But it's extremely hard to clear this. So I think he's doing the right thing, right? He's clearing the shed, like clearing the first one, now trying the second one, looping around with the buggy so it has some speed as well. If he can clear all these, then it means the last players are inside of the museum, right? Or, to be fair, still quite a lot of ground behind him. So I think that is something that he have to be quite aware of. Like, there could still be snakes. It's still the grassy wrangle, so just pick a side to play.
He's found one.
Will actually find that one. Can't believe he missed it earlier, but down to 1v1. If he can get this, it's going to be 850 points because 450 from the kill points.
This could be a huge game for him. It's down to the final moment. He grabs it. There comes 15, Tarzan. And a big fat chicken dinner for Jeff in this first game. He redeemed himself, and he redeemed himself big in that first match. But that also sets a big bar. As we said, 15 kills either way, a chicken dinner for Jeff. And now you look towards, well, Falco and Drago. the amount of kills they had to get, we cannot afford actually a bad game because they've only got 2 games, right? One on each of these influencers, and they need to make sure they can catch up to the big fat results that both Jeff and also Hunter just played down.
Yeah, setting the bar high and making, and that's the thing, right? Like, you can't really kill them if you're the competitors, if you're the other finalists. You just need to do your best. Like, that's all you can do because you play. It's a different setting, right? So I think it's actually a great format, and I really like that, right? Just doing your best, and you can't really hope people to fail, but you kind of have to. Like in this case, like, you want them to have, to slow down a little bit, to not get as many points for the second round for Series 1 for both those players. But what an amazing round 1.
Oh man, no, to be fair, I think we could have expected more Tarzan. I also think that I want to see even more use, of course, of that arcane crossover. I want to see, with my own pair of eyes, Tarzan and James Hammer just whacking people across the map. I also heard a rumor that you can pick people up, and I want to be able to see these people being WWE SmackDown planted on into the ground by the opponents. There is exciting opportunities, Tarzan, and I think also you've got to show me these. We got to go in game. We got to be able ourselves to show me all of these exciting things if we don't get to see them today.
Oh, I will very happily show you. Just don't get intimidated. Okay, I'm joking, right? But we will get some of those games. And hey, but wow, I completely forgot my point, so I'm going to pass it back to you. I'm joking. Like, I think today, right? Like, we may witness some very nice features because we enter patch 1.7, where we have let's say 3 main changes, right? Let's start with the least exciting ones, right? 1, DMRs are getting buffed, so we want to see more minis or whatnot. I think we may see a bit of a different meta when it comes to loadout in the global, especially on Miramar as well. So that's 1. Number 2, the DP28 is a little bit less powerful now. So with a little bit of that damage reduction increased in the long range, it was better for so long. But 3 is what Highland Wall talked about, the carry feature of your knocked teammate now. So that is going to be very exciting. To be fair, like on the PC version, you've seen it as well, but not just with the knocked teammates in that version. I believe I've seen some clips, and on the PGC, right, the PUBG Global Championship, you can pick up your knocked enemy for a little bit for the BM, throw them back down and finish them. So I don't think it's the future here, but we will see some of these new stuff.
I want to see it, Taz. I just want to watch someone get like Ronda Rousey'd by the end of tonight. I don't want to see them be broken. It's like we've got to the after hours of Highland Wolf, where it's like past the watershed moment. The kid-friendly wolf is gone, and now we want to see the blood and the gore. We want to see the action.
Wow, that makes me scared a little bit. What is he gonna say? What is he gonna do? But you know what? It's all good because we know that there's always a line, and we know where it is. And right now, with this region, 3 more rounds for Series 1 is going to be not like a long night, but we are very action-packed. And we do like doing the mats on the side as well. So right now, at least 850 for the side of Jeff. Hunter with back at least, 13 kills. I think the last time we saw him, if not 14. So that's going to be for the end of 5th place, around 700 something. So not too shabby at all.
To be fair, as we said, there's some big shoes to fill. Tarzan, we're getting straight back into it already. No breaks today as we get Dragon on in with Bruno Clash this time, which means, of course, Falco is going to be renowned in Palsy for their first games. I want to see Bruno do a little bit more carrying this time, though. I think that it was a lot of work. He's got to carry. He's got to carry a lot now because Dragon's, it's gone. Is DC, Tarzan.
Dragon, come back, my friend. And sometimes you just gotta do it. Like you've got my glitches. We play this game, long enough. It can happen, and now it's back. And I think they might be going on to those brilliant islands, right? Like I want to see it. There's not a lot to lose. Like you just ramp up a lot of kill points, right? And if you don't have the luck, start somewhere else. And with no outfit, just a standard outfit, right? Like Bruno Clash with the style. Say, yeah, I only need my underpants because I'm ripped as hell, and then some nice shoes, and off we go, and we can maybe head to the academy.
I wish I had enough confidence, Tarzan, to be able to pull that one off. Just go naked.
Okay, that hits different. I don't know what to say. But right now, it's more arcane, right? It's lovely.
Go
I
naked
love this
with
mode.
me too. Go naked with me too, Tarzan. That's what I'm looking for you to say. Let's be naked together.
No. Like this is the after hour Highland Wolf. Like someone stop him.
In game only.
Right
in game
here.
only.
In game only, of course. And we see, of course, once again the DP28. We talk about how it's got nerfed a little bit. So I still like it. I think it provides a lot of. It's just a particular class of gun, right? Like, and right now, with the long range, I still think it's range supreme. Like, it fits a certain class, right? A particular function that is not going to be replaced by other guns.
That's true as well, and I want to see more action as well when it comes towards the arcane. And I feel like we got a little bit debated, Tarzan, in that first game, where we're like, arcane island, oh my goodness, new epic action. We talked about all this new hammer, all about this new mini machine gun, Tarzan. I want to see this type of kills. I want to see it go even further. Dragon getting another one on the board on the early stages, and in through the town. It's absolute carnage. Green puff of smoke, one more, 3 kills, as we said, inside the official residence. But Tarzan, I want to see even more be done in around this area. I think that we left it a little bit too quick in that first game. I think that we can at least get another couple minutes off in this island.
Well, there's only one thing that I wish, to be fair, like in this game. I want to see the Champions Island. Show me the champions. Show us the minigun, the big hammer, the big punches from Vi, as well as a little bit of a weak one from Caitlyn, to be fair. Like, not quite not quite the sniper that we're looking for. It almost looks like a nerfed Winchester, to be fair.
True. It is an nerfed Winchester, Tarzan, but to be fair as well, we gotta wait up towards the northern side they go. And to be fair, though, I am looking now further towards what could be, I would say, my favorite point, because I want to see these arcane weapons be used, right? We talked about a Winchester. Quite frankly, I'm going to say stuff the Winchester, because I want to see the hammer. I want to see the sniper. I want to see all of that machine gun. But I also want you to tell me, not the Winchester.
Okay.
Not the Winchester, okay? Not the Winchester. You have to promise me this. You promised me, Tarzan.
Can you say it first? Like, I feel like I'm getting debated.
Oh no, we're really baiting you in on this.
Okay, what am I? Okay, I'm gonna say yes. Okay, go on. Hit me now.
Okay,
Make me regret my life.
Which is your favorite arcane weapon? Which you have to be totally honest, because it is arcane weapons or nothing.
I like the BD gun. I like it on Jinx. I almost feel like, some dudes like using female character in game just because it feels like the figure size is a little bit smaller, and Jinx is on the skinnier side, right? Like, so I feel like it helps. And then of course with the minigun mode, you can just hold it and then you can just do your spraying. You can almost say, hey, that is my recoil control practice. So I quite like that. Right, so I think that will be my choice, and not very creative, but I'd have to be extremely honest.
That's true as well. I would probably go, I thought about a hammer, although I'd probably go for the sniper. I'm kind of a lover of Caitlyn myself when it comes to Arcane, when it comes to League of Legends. That's something I know very well and how to play. And I actually think that it is a little bit undersold. I think that the sniper, if played properly, right, on top of when you talk about the likes of an AWM2, can clearly be played well. A little bit of a wee coming out of the council room, down they go. But also, I want to show you something that you will not get out of your head now, Tarzan, when I mention it to you. And that is the fact that there is a beautiful Yoda in behind Bruno Clash's face. It is like a green gremlin coming out to the top of his hat.
Well, okay. Yeah, that's actually a
Blowing out
very
his
good
head,
spot.
Tarzan.
And that's just like so many of those. Like, I feel like I'm out of place. I need to be more cool. Like, I need action figures and all that. But no,
Where's your Yoda?
I've got a bloody
I've got
guitar
little wolf in my
and a mask.
background. Okay, but the mask is cool. The guitar we've not heard you play. There's only one final stream, Tarzan. I mean, I'm not one to peer pressure, but I'm gonna peer pressure. I wanna hear it.
I need to make sure that I've tuned it. So if we go on an ad break, I can try,
Yes.
right? But like, it's more like it's not
Hear
there for
that
me
production.
to not just like playing. It's the singing that I do with it, right? So I'm really
you get
baiting
singing
myself
too?
into this. Maybe.
I know, right? We're
I
like,
mean,
you just sold me double. I asked for half, and then you gave me an extra.
no, I heard you twice. Like, if I don't do it, it's double the disappointment, huh? See?
That's true. Oh man, Tarzan, you know the ways to get to me. I mean, we talked about pushing buttons. These are not the buttons that I want to push.
Well, it's not in the run of show, they say. So like, GG's.
Oh, it's all just on the fly.
Exactly. But you know what I like so far, like with this game? I like the aggression from Dragon. I like the fact that he has 5 kills when there's, still quite a huge amount of players in the lobby. Now here comes a 68 players remaining. And yes, like Bruno Clash. Sometimes we talk about we do all the maths, right? Like with the winners and losers bracket. I feel like it's a little bit hard to choose between Bruno Clash and Denton Palsy. So far, they've been carried so hard. I don't know who to root for. There's no predictions to be made here. And
Are you
at least
telling me
Bruno
that
got
they're
one.
not doing a job?
Well, they are doing their job. Like, I mean, the kills are going to the players, so they need to fight.
Yeah,
They need to fight
they
for
just
prize
actually
pool.
to sit back, they just look pretty on the camera. It's
but
smile
I
away,
mean-
boys, as you get carried.
Yes, I think so. But you know what? I'm going to be harsh on this. At least look like you are enjoying it, right? Not harsh, but it's like they are just hyper focused, right? And it's like you're like, yes, exactly, right? But sometimes you want to see, okay, if you've got a very focused face, then you want to see them extremely fragging out. But they're like clenching when they need to run in straight line. That frustrates me.
That's scary. I
Maybe-
mean, Tarzan, I clench when I run into the battles, where I'm running in a straight line with whatever I'm doing. I'm clenching when I'm holding that forward button on the vehicle. You speed boost, you clench even harder.
God, I don't know why, but my brain starts to imagine someone in real life running in the straight line but looking incredibly serious, and that just makes me think of zombies or some creepy guy running at me, and then that scares me, right? But okay,
It's like that muscle guy
That's-
meme when it's like turns around. Is
I don't
His
know so
face
much about
full of it.
memes, but yeah, I would allow you to use your one quota for today to send me some of these.
my one meme
not sure-
quota.
Does it help me sleep at night? I don't think so. Like you can be
Don't
the
look
judge
at
of that.
them.
I have no idea.
If you look up the meme that I'm thinking of, you won't sleep at night, Tarzan. I promise you. It's okay.
See,
You
here's the
will
thing.
need your girlfriend there to cuddle you to sleep. It is a scary one.
See, like now that you say it like that, it makes me want to take the challenge, and then be okay and then to sleep like a baby, right? Like I don't
That's
want to
true.
be easily tilted into that state, is what I'm saying. You can't scare me is going to be like easy peasy, right? Like, so it's an ego speaking there. Like, I hope it doesn't destroy me, but come on, mate. It should be just a meme. Like, it shouldn't cause that much damage.
Now you challenged me. You challenged me, Tarzan, because then I think,
No,
well,
I didn't challenge you.
I've
challenged the
I've
meme.
got to find a meme. I've got to find a meme that is
Oh,
scary
Jesus.
enough to make you cry yourself to sleep. I mean,
Wow.
that's the goal right here. Is this what we're going for?
That's cheating. You need to go for what you initially thought of, not suddenly change it up. Like, if we have a different one, then the bar is set differently, as we see Richard Hurt getting very hurt by Dragon right here. 7 kills on board on this south side. And of course, a lot of scary grounds to move through, to be fair, like from the north of this. Is that a drop shot that I'm seeing from the bot? Or is it just a player trying a drop shot? Bruno
Look,
is spraying in frustration.
I can
He's like,
perform a drop shot if I jump up and I spray as I come back down. That's like my drop shot level, okay? I know the drop shot is like dropping off a roof or dropping off of the first floor of a building / second floor / fifth floor. If you're on Miramar, a lot of floors, to be fair. I'm just not good enough for that. I mean, it took me a solid few months to realize that players could drop to the ledges of Miramar buildings to not die dropping 5 floors. I mean, the revelation in your mind when you realize that that is possible, it's like a big forehead moment, to be fair. My mind exploded that day.
Who picked up the pieces? Are you okay?
Oh, yes.
joking.
There were many operations. It was hard. There was like months of recovery. I was in hospital casting for ages. PMCO spring split. I was there. I was in repair, Tarzan.
After your mind was blown to pieces. Why are we going down that route today? It's too late.
I don't
for
know.
Highland Wolf.
I don't know. It's late nights. We're only gonna go down that route more, I'm afraid.
Did you see it as well? Like,
It's a long and
on
dark
the kill
path.
feed, someone's name
Ooh.
has colon at the end. It's intestine. Why are we going there? Like, even the game's sending me the wrong message. Like,
You're the
Halloween's
one with a medical
over.
background. You tell me, Tarzan.
Yeah, but I'm not wearing that hat right now. I want to see sprays. I want to see rotations. But I'm seeing colons and stuff, right? And almost swore on broadcast again as well. Jesus. And almost a second time. And right now we're staring at these islands as we are waiting for Dragon and Bruno Clash to maybe get on there a second time, because we are waiting. Please do not disappoint us. We want to see more Arcane and a lot more action. But to be fair, can't blame him. We still have roughly half the lobby. And Dragon, if he can repeat what he's done in the first half of the lobby, survival, then he can get 16 kills. I mean, after all, 8 kills already.
Okay, but I'm also really disappointed in one thing, and that is the communication coming through from both of the game, Bruno Clash and Mountain Pazzi. I mean, they do have mouse, am I right? They do have a microphone attached to that set of earphones. I would love to see a little bit more communication coming through from these players, because it's definitely something that we have seen very rarely through from, I think, the finals, at least I have watched so far. And I think it's something that also is clearly only going to help them be able to become better in the results of their game, and also ease into those games more, playing with the influencers.
Well, I believe so. I mean, we saw Sanju TV from Korea having a good chat with the finalists. Really enjoyed that. You can see they had a lot of fun having a chat. You can see the communications coming through intense moments, but sometimes it's, it might not be the influencer. It might be they're star crushed. You know, the players, they're like, I'm shy, right? I don't want to use comms. I'm just a classic player, and I'm the type who never turns on my mic, so let me stay that way. So you understand that. It's like how I wouldn't force you out of your comfort zone in taking the wrong vehicle on Miramar.
That is a very important factor, Tarzan. I would not divert from the beep bus. That is very true. We would have to walk a good 1,000 meters. I mean, you can look at that buggy all you want, but I'll leash you away from it, Tarzan. There's no touching that buggy. There's no touching the Golden Murado. Okay? We only go for the beep bus. We are not lower class than the beep bus. That is the prestigious vehicle of them all.
Well, I'm not going to challenge
Don't
that.
touch
I've learned not to.
Don't touch it.
But
There
you
is
can
a
sit
deep
in
love.
it.
There is a deep love. And that is also a deep player who is potentially going to get shot down in the open.
Ooh.
They try their best,
Ow.
but I don't think they're going to be able to do much about that one. Dragon, he comes back, of course, and he strikes 9 kills already, Tarzan. They have not moved, and I think it's actually almost in a way useful. Is they are potentially going to take down number 10. Yes, they are, and striking Pabor away from the fight, away from the game, double digits. We talked about that comeback. We talked about the points that, of course, Dragon needed to get. He is getting them, but I go back to that point of staying inside that one compound. It is useful to an extent because you have that full information of knowing you've already explored the compound. And you know when someone new is coming into the area because it makes it a lot easier to focus on that one spot because you already checked behind you. I think this is where communication, though, comes in a little bit better. I know that, of course, the players may not be comfortable or may have the ability to talk, and that it could be why, of course, the influencers aren't speaking either. But it still comes in terms of communication required to be able to give where potentially that opposite side that you're looking at over towards your teammate to let them know as well.
I agree. Like, and sometimes, like when in what you said, it actually reminds me of how lucky we can be. Like counting blessings important. I'm going deep now, but like don't mind me because there are people who can actually have the full ride, full fun of this game if they happen to not be able to talk. Right, like they could be born that way. Something could happen and lost their ability to speak, and but they can still have a lot of fun. So I think this is a blessing that if you found the game that you love and can still enjoy it in a very different way. And competitively, it would be a little bit hard, right? Like you need to communicate, but if it somehow fits for you, like when you can't speak but can listen fully and you have perfect synergy, then full respect, it can be the things needed, and full respect for Dragon as well, knowing the next important bit of landscape. I love this spot. Like personally, I like playing it. I wouldn't park the car here. I would park it down the compound on the behind on that eastern side, that house that we just saw there. So yeah, this is a little bit too catchy. Like you need to have a good split around it. As a duo, it's hard to focus on the correct side, I feel like. But like it's still huge respect, to the player of having the idea in the first place.
I think if you're not going to park it right in the building, at least park it behind you, because then you have that protection behind your player as a whole. Because the dicey bit about this specific spot is that openness on your flank side. Yes, you are looking down on top of the house. Yes, you're looking down the hill, and you're having that vision clear of all of those players come through. You've got, of course, the dip to that slight ridge that is going to again protect you from players also coming in. It makes it so hard for them to aggress you in this specific location. It comes so to the fact of not only staying here, though, you are going to be slightly further out. I would like them to use this as a spot for information, but then they move further forward. I want them to head more towards those chopsticks. I think if you're looking for players to kill, you're looking for these fights, that's where you're going to find them. And also because it is slightly more sensitive into zone, you can play that strategy we'd already talked about of staying early on, closer towards the center, and then allowing these players inside the lobby to cluster up towards you. And Gatka is one of those core places to do that because it is so open. You can have more awareness of players coming in towards you from such a longer distance.
Exactly. And this is the strength of this spot, right? And the car doesn't give it away. Now, I think that is the annoying thing right now is like you have the idea, but execution is like so, right? Do we get so harsh over that? I think the key is to see whether they can make something out of that. They do spot someone with this high ground though. Here comes the spray, and Dragon's trying to follow it up.
You can see them though. Don't look very conspicuous there at all, Tarzan, because it's just a white big dot and it's a white big target. Rikubaka would drop so easy as they come through to figure the kill confirm. It's still 0 vote for Bruno Clash in that engagement. He's still to get off the top of that leaderboard, still to get off onto the kills. I feel bad for him. He looks deep in concentration. And I like the effort that Bruno is showing, but I want to see more because it's just situations like these where Dragon takes a kill, takes 2.
Damn.
Oh my days, Dragon! He just turns around and there's been kills gifted left and right. I want to see Bruno have some love. I know that Dragon needs to get these points, but I want to see Bruno also share these kills with him.
Well, here's the thing though, like, is that his intention to share the kills? I feel like people are
maybe that's what Bruno's doing. It's just like 5,000 IQ. He's just telling him where the players are, and that is why Dragon is like, boom, I can just shoot everyone because you're giving me this information. And then I can turn around 180 degrees, take another. There's a second one there that he hasn't seen. Finally, we'll spot it running in towards him. There goes the third. Drag it up to 17. And it is a stomper already for Dragon's performance. Already topping the kills.
See, here's the thing. Like, here's the thing as well. Now he needs to find the balance between this type of aggression and survival. Like, after all, you want to get every single point you want. Yeah, like that you can get. Like, we've got the 15 kills and the chicken dinner right now. If he can't make it to maybe top 3, it's or top 5, I should say. Like, then the points wouldn't be tied. Like, there's still mathematically he's got to do something. But what I like so far is the individual skills from these finalists that we can see through, and already delivering some huge games in the first trial. Like that is great to see.
I actually like as well that they go straight onto the vehicle because you know that you probably exhausted all of the players in your current area by killing them, quite frankly, all off. So now that you want to move further forward, you need to get back into the zone rather than waste time trying to search for potentially that one unlikely to be 0 players in that remaining area towards the far southwest reaches of this previous phase. Heading towards the center now, you're resetting the ability to get a kills. You're giving yourself again that ability, of course, of survival, right? You are going to have to play this slow because you're moving into this blind building where you don't have information of. And this is, again, another one of these things that I love that's coming through from Bruno Clash and Dragon. Bruno is searching, I would argue, a little bit too aggressive. I think that it could have been a surprise attack and Bruno could have been dropped, makes it slightly harder for Dragon. But again, they're heading in towards together. They're finding these kills. Now we come up. Bruno on the opposite side. They've spotted them all down. There comes number 18. And it might be one as well for Bruno. Yes, he does.
Bruno
Takes down Queen. He is on the board. And they've got themselves that center spot that we wanted. Now they have everything they need, Tarzan, to come out on top.
I love what they did there. Like, putting pressure on top, baiting some footsteps, then finding out what that footstep means. Are they first floor? Are they ground floor? Did the clearing anyway of the first floor, then push up? And I think, it could have gone quite bad when they could have got each other stuck on those staircases. But then Dragon, used those covers, walk back down a little bit, reset, reload, and come up and finish the job as they enter into top 8. And with one of the probably the only compound in this last circle. So I would want to see them grab just what they need and quickly use that advantage, look out those windows and finding the next prey.
But that prey, Tarzan, it's going to be a slow one, I think, when it comes to getting these final kills. As we said, they've got everything they need. The equation all the numbers are there. We just have to press the equals sign on our calculator, Tarzan, and come up with that chicken dinner answer. But it's going to be a difficult one. That equals sign is pretty hidden when it comes to those players, of course, getting snakes in the grass. However, I also want to go back also towards that other game. Now some Powsy. Oh, hold my thought there. Because 19 comes quick and fast. Booty goes down. Now some Powsy, Tarzan. I want to see that game too. I want to see Falco actually play as well.
You know what? Did you spot that? The M416 just now had a magazine size of 50 bullets. I think it's about, these gems that you can get on arcade mode that gets you some extra gear.
Mag.
It could be.
True.
I think those people that they killed actually spent a lot of time going through the islands, collecting the goodies, but then you need to be able to use it well. But now it's in the hand of Dragon, and wow, that M4 is going to, spray
the M416
like a machine.
Strong. Right, like
I mean,
you
it's
give
meta,
it 50
right?
bullets. 50 bullets. I mean, you can practically spray all day. You don't need to reload. You could take, I think, with 50 bullets, easily 3 players worth, maybe even 4 if you were able to play it right.
It's like in the past we've seen like when the Tommy gun was buffed, and in like short range, you can wipe a team like in one clip. Like that's given that you've got the extended mag. And right here, a little bit of third party action going on using that. It could be 2 kids trying to first steal the kill and then kill the guy on the ground. But will that be a missed shot? It might be, or it's just a shot onto someone with level 3 helmet. Missed both actually, but does have 19 kills in the pocket to say the least, and continue to have the circle and being the only compound in here.
But I like how he's continuing there, rightly so.
Ouch!
Surviving that final kill, and it comes out with 20 kills, I believe. And then also going to be that fat chicken dinner. Tarzan, that's insane amount of kills, quite frankly, coming through from, of course, Dragon in his first game. We needed to see them come out with a big result. I think they had a big result, and they managed to even best that further.
Oh, man. Like, that was amazing to watch. And I think it's a great first game for quite a few players right now. And you know what? I'm going to cue this one time because we did ask for a commercial for me to maybe consider what goodies to bring back. But we'll go on a short break and then we'll be back. So don't go anywhere.
A huge amount of time spent on developing a new security standard in crypto has paid off. In November 2020, the Bitcoin Vault 3-key security solution was launched on mainnet. Therefore, Bitcoin Vault has delivered on its promise to become a cryptocurrency allowing reversible transactions. It is time to move forward. In the coming years, the team behind Bitcoin Vault will focus on 6 work streams. Number 1, development. Our main goal here will be to become a part of a decentralized application ecosystem revolving around Ethereum 2.0. That's why we want to create a wrapped version of Bitcoin Vault by the end of 2021. Number 2, security. We have our own team of blockchain security experts who audit the code on a regular basis. It's better to be safe than sorry. That's why we stay ahead of dangers and potential loopholes or bugs in the system. We will work with external partners to apply any fixes necessary, perform penetration tests, and at some point work with community and white hats on blockchain security. Number 3, user experience. Bitcoin Vault apps will continue to improve. In the coming years, we will focus on collecting user feedback and applying it to redesign our products to make them user-friendly, convenient, and fresh. Number 4, products. Along with IT development, we are strongly focusing on market adoption with new products in the pipeline. In 2021, we want to launch staking products with our partner support and connect the Bitcoin Vault ecosystem to fiat currencies. Number 5, marketing. Awareness. This will be our marketing and communication focus for the next few years. Despite years of rapid development, only a small percentage of people around the world use crypto. It's time for a change. And last but not least, number 6, quantum computing. The final workstream is more long-term. We are looking at quantum computing concepts with a lot of expectations. What would that mean for blockchain and distributed ledger technology? We will partner with public institutions and private businesses to find a new role for blockchain projects supporting emerging technologies. We cannot predict the future, but we can shape it. Join us. Find out more by visiting our website at btcv.com. Hello BTCV enthusiasts! In this video you will find instructions on how to receive or deposit BTCV, as well as how to make secure, fast, secure and cancel transactions. Before we start, make sure you already created a 3-key Vault wallet on your Gold Wallet app. You will also need your fast transaction key and cancel transaction key to make transactions. How to receive or deposit BTCV. Tap Wallets in the menu at the bottom of the screen. Select the wallet to which you want to deposit or receive BTCV. Tap Receive. Tap Share Wallet Address to share your wallet address or the QR code with the person who is going to send you BTCV. You can also indicate the amount of BTCV you would like to receive. That's it! How to make a secure, fast transaction. Tap Wallets in the menu at the bottom of the screen. Select your 3-key Vault wallet from which you want to send BTCV. Tap Send. Enter the amount of BTCV you want to send. Enter the wallet address of the person you want to send it to. You can also tap the QR code icon to scan the QR code of the wallet. You can also add an optional note. Select Secure Fast Transaction from the list. Tap Next. Open the Fast Transaction Key PDF on your second device. Tap Scan on the Gold Wallet mobile app. Scan the private key QR code from the PDF. Check the details and tap Send Now. Enter your transaction password and tap Confirm. Your transaction is now complete. Tap Return to Dashboard to return to the main screen. How to make a secure transaction. Tap Wallets in the menu at the bottom of the screen. Select your 3-key Vault wallet from which you want to send BTCV. Tap Send. Enter the amount of BTCV you want to send. Enter the wallet address of the person you want to send it to. You can also tap the QR code icon to scan the QR code of the wallet. You can also add an optional note. Select Secure Transaction from the list. Tap Next. Check the details and tap Send Now. Enter your transaction password and tap Confirm. Your transaction is now complete. Tap Return to Dashboard to return to the main screen. How to cancel a transaction. Tap Wallets in the menu at the bottom of the screen. Select your 3-key Vault wallet from which you want to cancel the transaction. Tap Cancel. Select the transaction you want to cancel and tap Next. Set a transaction fee. Enter the address of the wallet where you want to send your funds. You can also tap Use address of this wallet to revert the funds to the current wallet. You can also add an optional note. Tap Next. Open the Cancel Transaction Key PDF on your second device and type in the seed phrase to the mobile device. You can also scan the private key QR code. Now open the Fast Transaction Key PDF on your second device and type in the seed phrase to the mobile device. You can also scan the private key QR code. Check the details and tap Cancel Now. Enter your transaction password and tap Confirm. Your transaction is now cancelled. Tap Return to Dashboard to return to the main screen. Thank you for watching.
£50 just there. This thing on top, yeah, it was good.
Yeah. Hello, we are back again, and Professor Thousand is actually telling us. He's so surprised. He's so.
About my happy bits. And
all right, so
yeah,
we are after 2 games right now in the SkillzVault Brazilian final, and Professor Tarzan is telling us about his Black Friday purchase. So let's go. How much did you spend yesterday?
Oh God, I mean, it's in the 4 digits. It's not just one day; it's through the week. But hey, you know what? Like, I'm doing some certain things about investing in yourself, keeping yourself well, right? So one of the things I got is a massage gun. Of course, I'm a therapist as well, so keeping my body well and vocal muscles, very important. But it's also about being secure. You know, you do this job, a job like this on SkillzVault, if some of my gear break and then I can't do it, then it's terrible, right? So I've got backups for quite a few things. So yeah, that was the plan, to be more secured and then be more healthy, I guess. So very happy with those. Saved a lot of money, but yeah. So that was why the excitement. I hope you can understand me.
All right, yeah, I am. But actually,
you know what I mean?
I didn't buy anything actually on Black Friday. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. What about you, Highland Wolf?
No. See, I bought a lot of clothes. You know, I'm wearing one of the things I bought recently.
Right.
That was about it. To be fair, I'm saving. I don't know what for. To be fair, maybe
a house
in the future. No, I've not decided yet. I mean, what should I buy? I mean, that massage gun was pretty interesting. Though. I'm kind of jealous.
I don't know. Hey. You know what? Like, to be fair, like, speaking to people in our field as well, like when they got the career break and whatnot, and I think the first bits of things that you should buy is things that keep yourself well. So we're talking about a good mattress, you know, pillow, things that manage your body well.
What is?
I don't know, dental health or whatnot. Yeah, like things that makes you feel like it's like
lots of flowers.
Okay, here's an analogy for all games. Right, if you don't have these things for your life, it's like you're playing on a laptop with malware, virus, and then outdated software. So that is my thing, and I always first make sure that I am well, and then like things feel easier.
All right.
I should just put like massages for my jaw, right? Like I'm always smiling in camera, but that's what I really need. I just need like one of those. Do you know in the dentist you have like those things that keep your mouth open? I should just put one of those in and just cast.
Yeah. That is terrifying. Do not remind me, and I do not want to see you with that thing in your mouth. Why would you?
I'll come on one day and PMG.
Are you able to cast? Having it in your mouth, Highland Wolf?
Oh yeah, we'll make it happen. I can't promise it'll be good, but
I can't fix like this.
Oh yeah. But talking about promises, I've heard that Professor is going to grab his guitar during the break and make a little show for us.
Hey, you know what? Like, I actually checked that it was decently in tune. So if I got the go sign, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Actually haven't played it in a few weeks just because of being busy. But am I saying something? But that should be later. We need to find the good time to do it. And no one clip that, please. It's not happening. Maybe I don't know. I'm waiting for the key. Right? It's like now sing. Then I'll be like, okay, so I'm gonna go grab it. But until then, we have. Right now, a little bit of situation, right? We've got potentially like Hunter missing his game, and it's a little bit sad, to be fair. And sometimes you just like what I said earlier, right, guys? Being prepared, having backup, having plan Bs and Cs when there's so much bloody money on the line. It's almost worth buying yourself a second phone to make sure that you have battery to play all the games you need. Then you make that money back. So this is my idea as well, to be fair, through this career. Like, I'm going to lose quite a lot. Like, not just the money, reputation, if my gear breaks down. So that's investing in that. So right now, it could be this type of technical difficulties that's preventing some players from showing up tonight. But here's the thing. Although I can empathize, it's still one of those things that you got to learn, right?
Yeah. Actually, you need to think about your internet connection. You need to think about actually everything.
Yes. Internet connection as well. That's a good point. And I had to almost, I actually am going to still buy what we call the mobile Wi-Fi. So like you put a SIM card in or something. So if your internet is down, you have a second thing. So that is me still needing to do more work because
I feel like
finding
you're so prepared, and it is me like in the background thinking like, have I got this? Have I got that? Do I actually need another camera? Like, to be fair, I was casting one time and my PC broke completely. So there has been times that we need a backup. It's very true.
Yeah. But if you are prepared, you just don't need to think about that, and bother your brain with thinking, I have some lags today, maybe my internet connection will broke. But you have a second one, You have a second PC.
Exactly.
You have, I don't know, a second microphone, maybe, if something is wrong. I could say one word, just be a professionalist, and you are prepared on every single thing. But guys, talking about the game, I mean, I saw the first game and the second games, and if you will remember, on the Chinese, Korean finals, we have Cyan, we have, for example, IQ, and they were making many eliminations, Now the things has changed, For example, Bruno Clash and Nantin Pauzi are just behind the players, and they are actually the stars on the field. So this is the difference I can see right now. But you mentioned a very important thing, Professor Hunter. He skipped one game, and probably he will be able to fight for third place only for now. But I will need to check that. I'm watching scores right now, and for example, Jeff, 850 points right now. Hunter, 750, and he is actually right now on the second place. But Dragon and Falcao will play 2 games more, so they can beat him. And Nantin Pauzi, 280 points, and Bruno Clash, 350 right now.
Being the true supports. I mean, it's good. Like, it's almost like I want to see more oomph, see more colors from them, almost like the passion. You want to look at the face cam and feel like they have a great time. And I think it's coming through. The night is still young, but it's great to see that the players can show almost their full potential with someone who may not, won't steal away the spotlight. But here's my line, right, gentlemen? Here's my line. I want to see Nantin Pauzi and Bruno Clash save them one time if things do go a little bit yikes. Right? I think that is where we know the true support comes in. Is not just giving you the glory, but saving you from hell if you happen to go down a little bit of a hole.
Yeah.
To be fair,
We've seen some different situations when, for example, 19 Pause, you mentioned him, he was knocked down, and I think Jeff was giving him a helpful hand. So, talking about the next games, 19 Pause will play with Falco, and Bruno Clash will play with Jeff. So I think, because I'm also thinking about possibilities. If Falco will be underperforming today, it is a still chance for Hunter to be in top 2. It is a still chance.
do they underperform though? Like none of them are really underperforming apart from not being in the game. Like that's the scary.
Okay.
Is it like you've got 3 players though that can all ideally go still into that top 2 spot? It all comes down to that next game, and that's what's scary about it, is that although we've had these big results, because everyone's had good results, now we need to see another good result to really boost them up even further, because they're all pretty equal standing still. Yes, there's about 100-ish points in between them all, but I think that if you still even have a mediocre game and the other 2 have a good game, which we can expect because of what we saw already, I think that is what is scary. You're sitting on your back seat watching that 4th game of the other 2, then praying that they also falter in some way, which is unlikely, as we say.
Yeah. Oh, look at the camera.
Ooh,
it's moving right now.
Wow, we're coming in.
Yes,
Testry.
it's moving.
Refocus.
Yeah. I can do it with my mind, and I can also tell you that in the moment we will start the next game. So yeah, we'll start the next game in a moment. Are you satisfied from now about the performance of the players? I can say yes. I can say yes.
Oh yeah.
Same.
So
I think
I'm happy with the
right
performance
now,
of the stars.
No. Like for me, I feel like I want to say no. No, I have to be honest right here. Like the reason why I say no is you want to see synergy. Right? It's not entirely their fault, but I don't feel synergy yet. Like it's not just face cam or the actual skills or the place. Like in, let's say, the Chinese and Korean region, you see a lot of situation and glory and key moments that happen because the 2 players were playing as one, and we are still waiting for that today, right? Like we're trying to crown the best for SkillzVault, right? Like we've been together in this from the start test tree. We do know that we've seen something a lot better, right? And we want to crown the best, and right now we are not seeing it yet, but doesn't mean it will not happen.
I can't believe you're bringing test tree. Like, come on, Tarzan. Like, I'm also here, right? I'm like the third
not from
wheel,
the start.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, but
true. But I'm still here, okay? My little doggo heart matters as well.
Okay, I'll give you that.
I'll
take it back.
Could you say that once again? Could you say that once again?
Oh.
please, Highland Wolf?
my little doggo.
You can explain
what
yourself.
happened? We are in the game.
I know. We are.
All right, so we can see 19 Pause right now, and his face. He is full focus right now. He's actually
he
full
is.
focus.
He
no
is.
smile,
I mean,
no
I'm
emotions on his face.
He
He
was
should
so
be
focused, I
because
thought
this
his
is
cam
the next
froze.
game.
I actually thought his camera froze. Like, he's so good. like
No. It is a poker face, PUBG poker face. So let's go with the game, guys.
Let's go,
man. To be fair, I almost feel like he's changed his hairstyle and everything. It puts hair for back Tarzan. It's like, get out of my way. I've now got glasses on. I've got the double eyes glazed down upon. that phone, and I'm gonna make sure that I bring in these kills. I feel like that is a poker face. You know what it is? Of not a man who is focused, but a man who's ready to go full Quan Kun mode and steal 20 kills out of his opponent. And his opponent being his ally.
I never thought that would be the how should I say the term Quan Kun mode, but I think I get
Quan
it.
Kun mode, yes.
So you know what? Like when you said, "Oh, you know what? I want to hold that thought because some action's actually happening. Someone's got in the car trying to run someone over, but they missed it. But then Interpals is catching the action, and they are not getting engaged on yet. I think this is the prime third-party action. Oh, here comes the pump, and he gets it.
Oh, Dragon, that's the first shotgun gonna go down, and unfortunately not to Powsy. He's not quite quick enough to draw. I feel like he needs to go a little bit more faster. I think also we had a prime opportunity actually as well to be able to grab some of those kills. They were of course inside their own fights, those players inside a vehicle. You can't even see more towards just the left side, walking across the road. However, now Tim Powsy hasn't spotted this man. There's yes, one over there, but it's one right behind you. Crossing the road and he's shooting down upon you. He's taking one shot. You need to find them quick enough. There they are. It's not one but two. Finally grabs one kill. Here comes the vehicle and the other is third party. It is full of players onside this south coastal line, but it is going to be Mountain Powsy with a pistol no less. Going to grab of course that confirmed kill. Mountain Powsy with a knock, but he hasn't found that second confirmed kill through. Only one just far, but that could be the second coming through, as behind him is also a fourth player. Tarzan, it is a party,
Wow.
quite frankly, down here.
This is different. You know, I like it because it's so action-packed, but you can see this is the result when you're out, when you have no escape strategy, when you're running in the open. This is scary. With the bear outfit, you may look even fatter as well, easy to get spotted, and here comes the rescue team that we're talking about. Like, the Interpals need to make this work. If I'm the other team, I'm not going to allow this to happen. Here comes the carry!
He got him! Tarzan, no, but he died. He can't shoot while he grabs Naughton. It was all a bait. Naughton, what man have you done to Dragon? He's been stopped in his tracks. I feel like we just left history and then we're back on camera again. I need more of a break, man. I need to see more juice flowing from these games before we come back onto face cam.
Jeez, I mean, like, that was almost, how should I say, anticlimactic. Like, you have a game, they start slow, it's like, oh, they're not going for the island, so you start like here, right? Like, you start like here, and then you go like, oh, but then they're dropping, oh, there's someone trying to run someone over, his third party, and you just go up, oh, then he got knocked. It's like, but he comes in and used the carry feature, and then they died, and then we are gone. But I like it. It's very different. As you can see, that is a huge open up for some of these players, because that was the second game for Dragon. He set the record first game, right? We talked about it. It's 600 points just from kills, and that means he hit the big 1,000 in that first game. But 2 kills in that one wasn't enough, making a huge disappointment. 1,000 in the first game, and now just 60. So we have a lot of possibilities suddenly, mathematically, for some of these other players.
Yeah, a lot of options now available. Of course, Dragon praying, as we said, with one bad result, that the next series of games someone also does bad, because Dragon is now doesn't have his destiny in his own hands, and that's what of course is so nerve-wracking about it. But I also think that, to be fair now to Powsy, you have that phrase, you know, no man left behind. I was beautifully amazed to see that carry, but you also just want to throw Mountain Powsy on the ground and say, I will leave you, Mountain. I don't care if you're an influencer. I need these points. I'm going to solo carry you to the victory.
True. But it was Mountain Powsy. I never thought, you know what, like, actually, yet to be on an official cast where we see the carry feature. And then the first one that I see someone carrying someone was done by Nancy. It's not even a pro player, it's just like a star, right? After so I gave him, you know, one of my first times. Not sure if I liked it, but it's the thought that counts, and I appreciate him being, you know, the support right there. But man, like those other players were there, sweaty players saying, you want to use that? Nah, you are dying.
It's a shame, but also maybe we should have gone back up to the roots of that Sky High Island. And also, I have realized, Tarzan, the ultimate strategy, the big brain play to get to those top islands. You can start on the ground, okay, but then you paraglide up onto the top of the islands. That is finally, I have found a useful use of the paraglider. I mean, if there was ever a time, for the paraglider, that is it. That is it, Tarzan.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. I respect that. I want to see it though. And
no, man, you don't want to see it. You don't want to see me. You don't want to see me, Tarzan. I mean, we might end up dying faster than that last game if you put me in control of your life.
That stings. Like, and you know. It's almost like, are we going to have all these long games? It's like, no, they went in. I appreciate the action, but sometimes that's a thing. I don't want it because it's going to hurt them emotionally, and it's going to, you know, back to the basics, because that's what I do. Like, I'm an analyst on the desk, which will be very exciting in the coming while. And you know what? I feel like we're not supposed to even talk about it yet, but I think it's fine here. Like we're on a different space.
No one's gonna know.
It's like
secret. Know. It's like secret Easter egg.
Secret
inside.
Yeah, like this is the interesting secret gang of SkillzVault. The usual annoying, nosy pro players will be doing some other things right now, but we have emerging players on here for sure. But you know what? Like. It's the basics, right? Like, we don't have to fight that. Like, if I was all these players, if I were playing with you, I'd be very commanding and say, we don't take this fight. Like, or we just go on a certain side. Do we have a car? No. Do we have meds? No. Do we have stems? No. And then why are we fighting? I don't know. So
like,
you don't
I don't know, but we're going in, Tarzan. I don't know what we're doing.
And we turn ourselves into that serious man who's running the straight line. Like very straight.
Right, exactly.
Hit my mic. Not the right thing to do.
Tarzan as we go in.
Exactly. But to be fair, you can't clench your butt and then walk or run in a straight line without looking weird.
That's true.
Because
that's true.
Anatomically, I can tell you from my professional advice that you can't do that. Like your gluteus muscle,
me I can't use my hands and clench my butt at the same time.
That sounds so weird, man. Like I'm not.
Is that like?
What do you?
Is that what you're saying? I can't like play the game.
I'm not talking about that.
Can't tap the screen.
I'm talking.
Can't tap it. You know. Is that what you're trying to say to me?
Bring your head back right here. Talking about actual running and walking, not in the game. But I understand the confusion.
Again, this is understanding from like the wolf point of view. You know, there's only so much space. It's like, I mean, have you seen the size? There's only that much space, Tarzan, upstairs.
Do you know? Like people, like, and the time that we're talking about neuroanatomy now. Do you know people don't need to have a huge brain to be like smart? Like, but one insult that you can say for someone who doesn't understand is, I bet your brain's very smooth, because you actually want it extremely creased like that to contain more brain cells. So if someone's got a very smooth brain, means there's no dips, there's no creases, and then that means you didn't have a lot of brain cells. So probably
it's like an open zone, right? It's too flat. There's not a ridge line. There's not a hills to it. You need to have a Miramar brain. That's what we're talking about right now. No Orangle.
We're talking about
no Gattaca.
Jesus, like Miramar's open as heck. You want
No,
rocks,
we need the Picardo. We need the Picardo ridgelines. Exactly. We need like the little bits around power grid. You know, the little bumps.
Okay.
We need a power grid on top of your brain. Electricity waves. You know what I'm trying to put down here, Tarzan?
Maybe. Yes. Woo. But we see now coming back is Hunter. I bashed this young one earlier. We will give you a second chance, but live may not give you that. So he will need this one though. He was the worst performing one out of the 3 that we saw in the first game. We say worst, but he still made it to top 5 or 6 with 13 kills, right? 15? No, I believe it was 13 or 14 kills. So right now, his second game, if he go to mid game, would he be able to? Yeah, he needs to go to mid-late game to be able to tie with Dragon, because Dragon had a disappointing game too. So here, once again, we celebrate and think about the mathematical possibilities. But most importantly, is what it means, right? Like, it's the difference, huge difference in price pool that it makes.
I actually really like, though, that we're starting to see some different spaces of Orangle being utilized. And yes, we're not inside the zone, but I do appreciate that you are seeing more of the north end, a gain of Orangle be seen. We've not seen the appreciation, Tarzan, of Orangle side. And I want to be able to say that we have a balanced view on Orangle. Because as much as I love Arcane, I do love me some more northern side. I mean, when you look, towards it, and I will give you the arguments. We've got Beryl Hills, okay? We've got Georgia Pole up towards the northern side. We have the Stalber Hill too. I mean, you've got the observatory. Have you ever seen an observatory finish, Tarzan? Is that something we've actually seen before?
Well, to be fair, yeah, I didn't see that a lot. Like, have we seen it? I don't think so.
We even casted an observatory finish? I mean, that is pretty wacky. I mean, we've seen the Stalber finish. I know we've casted that one, but we've not seen the top of the mountain. And that's something that I am hoping we will get to see together. I would be disappointed if now we see it in the next upcoming tournament.
Wow. That's a lot to ask for. I don't know why. But you know what? Like, if we don't get that, we can at least play some...
Imagine I got an Oasis finish, Tarzan. How jealous would you be?
That would be great.
How jealous would you be right now?
Well, you didn't... Oh, it hasn't happened yet. And 2, if it ever happens, I can always throw back at you and say, ha! Imperium and myself got the small island finish on Miramar.
That's true. Like, that's true. It's only an equalizer. Very hard to beat. It's only an equalizer. Yeah,
it's true.
That's true.
Right?
But like, Oasis, it's Oasis, man. It's like your love, your one and only. It's like my beat bus to your Oasis.
Yeah, to be fair, like, I feel like the gods of PUBG's been trying to toy me around this, challenging that idea of like what quote unquote Oasis finish, because we've seen a lot of northern circles in the past 2 months, and to the extent that you see people needing to rotate through Oasis, so it's almost like I was given a little bit of that, but I'm for sure not satisfied. But it does show me enough to make me feel less excited if we ever get that actual finish. You get what I mean? So I'm just extremely bothered right
Tarzan? Now. Less excited? After all that we've been through. All of the conversations.
It's not personal. It's not personal.
Ow. I mean, that wasn't personal right there. That's what I'm telling you, Hunter. It's just numbers, quite frankly, at this point. It's just finding them and adding them one by one to a collection. It's like Pokemon. He's catching them all.
And the person he kills is called Milan Sanders. Like, I feel that sounds like, okay, like, where do you feel like you would hear that name? I don't know why I'm distracted towards that, but that name does, like, the name did something to me. Milan Sanders.
Sounds like an Adam Sandler movie. I'm not going to lie to you. That's what it sounds like.
Okay. See, like, I was going to say is going to be in a movie setting as well. How would you craft or how should I say, design the character around that name. It's
Well,
funny,
if we're
right?
going
Like,
for Adam
we'll talk
Sandler,
about
right? Yeah.
Okay.
You just create lots of characters that are all played by him, because that is exactly the way to go about it.
I think that is what SkillzVault does to you. At least it did to me, is open up my brain, be creative in ways I didn't even think about. I was about to create a character out of a bot that got killed by our players. And
You
that
telling
is
me this
just
bot
me.
now? Oh my days! He could be watching the stream,
Yeah.
Tarzan. He's gonna clip you.
You mean
You're clipped
Milan
now. There's no
Sanders?
going back.
I'm sorry, Milan. Like, I'm so sorry, Milan, but that was a terrible cross. Yes, no, you did not zigzag. You
Oh,
wore
no.
nothing, and you did not even appear like to make an effort to crawl back into cover. So that was
Yikes.
terrible. But I love your name.
Man, this is a,
Right. So
I feel like
there we go.
that's like one of those moments where he cries. He cries inside himself to sleep. It's like disappointing your family, like disappointing your parents right now. That's how it sounds towards Milan.
You know
You're
who's
like,
disappointing
I
me
am
right now?
disappointed. Am I disappointing you, Tarzan?
No. This synergy
Okay,
that I'm
sure.
not seeing. But maybe
That's
Nintendo
true,
Pose
that's true.
just say, "You stay there, friend. I will go find that car." I mean, like, he's so far away from his teammate that I thought it could be out of sync, but maybe he's just bringing that car back. One step forward.
I got
thinking.
scared.
I have to like that one. Yeah,
I got scared.
Oh no, he's going
Tarzan. I
back.
thought-
I love it.
Okay,
I love
That's
him.
good. That's good. We are giving them some synergy. We're gifting over some of our synergy to them. It's like Christmas early. Okay, we have to give them it game by game, till
You
we get
see
to
this?
Christmas.
It's like the dating scene in the old days. I ran 500 meters to find your car. It's like, what are you doing, noob? I've got one right here. And it's just like it's painful.
It's like, maybe
to
like,
watch.
he
And
overtakes
just overtakes
him.
him as well.
Oh, Tarzan!
The
It's like
saddest
divorce
story.
already.
Anime betrayal that we are seeing on here.
Max
right
Man
now.
would be proud about Milan. Oh my days,
Jesus.
Tarzan.
Look at his face. He's angry. He's like, I'm supposed to be famous.
That is
Why
the
is he
face
doing
of
this to me?
disappointment. That's the face
like,
when you
I
tell
found
me
a
you don't love
car.
me anymore, Tarzan.
You know
That's
why?
my face.
I feel like
Yeah.
if I'm look at
Oh,
the
he's going
argument
after
right
him,
now.
Tarzan.
Jeez.
Stop.
Slow down, guys.
He's
You're a
angry.
team.
He's angry.
Don't argue. It's like I still need to do you a simple bump. Here, boom. Like towards the end, it's like I still
It's a love
need to
tap.
hit your
is
car
What it is. It's a love
just
tap.
a little bit to express that I'm angry at you, but I've not given up on you yet. Well, we're reading too much into this, but we do love a good apartments fight.
That's true. You do see that our players there. He is refocused. He is back into Zen mode. Tarzan out and Pauslu's ready. He is on 4 kills. He has become, slowly but surely, what could be now with Hunter, the Quan Kun. You can see on the backside there is this road runner on the open ground, and I think that could be a dead runner. He goes backwards, but he's not going in a dips. He's
No.
not dodging left and right, but that shed. That saves him, Tarzan. Not enough green blood has been spilled this day, and number 5 won't come quite yet. But I think it's going to come soon because, of course, resettable positions. All Hunter has to do is, again, just stay in that spot because they're going to have to show themselves eventually. And yes, they do. Straight back out into the open arms of Hunter. Don Kitchens. He got diced.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad you picked that up. I was going to say something almost identical right there, as we see another one appear out of nowhere. And yeah, a good amount of kills in the pocket right now. Oh god! Look at the response. The peak got destroyed, and Mountain Powsy is going to get pushed, but that will be the side of Hunter doing that much needed trade. And that is also just a punishment onto the enemy who's just overly aggressive. Like, how can you push like that?
Right, you get a knock and you think, okay, I'm going to go for the first, but then you don't actually realize it with the tank cues. Of course, again, I don't notice these because I don't wear headphones when I play my PUBG games. There is a second player there who is shooting down, who is finding these kills. And it is that patience that you have to be able to make. And you do see it actually in professional play. Sometimes that over-aggression, right? It is a mistake that we all make when we think we got that knock. You have to count the amount of knocks you've got in total on the enemy team. Because if you aren't making those mass in your head, then you're losing track of actually who could still be in the vicinity.
Yeah, I mean, but you talked about that, but this is dual mode. So when we apply exactly what you said, it will be about, we got one knock, then it's last guy, right? Like, so I appreciate the thought that's coming through from those enemy players, but ooh, okay. That is, yes, just Hunter with more kills. And so continuing with that point, I think the decision to push is fine, is how. I think that is like a really, really key point. Like,
right, there's no
you
smoke,
can smoke a little bit,
no vehicle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Maybe stuff like that. Like, you can smoke a vehicle a little bit, throw one smoke as distraction, then get into your car and quickly go to the side. So the spray on you will be a little bit harder. But yeah, it's just not easy to do. Easier said than done as always. But we saw a good case study right there as we see Nanton Pause actually getting the. Is that his first kill tonight? Like, that might be it. I know Bruno got at
he
least
had one
or two. Okay, they may be tight now then.
That is true. That is actually low-key, Tarzan, the inner competition of Brazilian finals. It is not the players, okay? It is about who is better in Nanton Pause and Bruno Clash. I mean, we talked about ego, okay? I mean, to say that you are better than Bruno Clash, I mean, it's a little bit far. We can stretch it a little bit, but Nanton Pause, he can stretch it all he likes. He can bend it sideways if he can say he's better.
Well, for sure need to bend some bullets if they need to find that same guy. You mean,
Matrix mode?
It's weird. I like this though. I would take away your tires, and it's like, shoot me all you want, but if you touch my car, I'll shoot you back. Like, that's what happened right there. As we see, oh no, Syria takes down Nanton Pause, and that is a challenge. I appreciate the idea, going wide a little bit to challenge those shots, but his SKS is not on par right now. I mean, didn't see how much damage he's done. Maybe it could be incredibly close, but there for sure, having some good fights right here. The enemies ain't that easy to take down.
Although I do like that they are staying together, right? So the resettable position is there. So you do see Nanton Pause, though it's the second time he gets knocked. It actually, with that revive, it's almost good in a way because you are revealing that information. It does try to force the enemy's opportunity to run away, but instead they have not, and you can see him again punished in what again is this unresettable position. As long as Hunter does stay there, he can look to try to find that reposition for a better angle, of course, than that player, but they're not going to go anywhere. And I mean, this is where that communication now comes in. Can Nanton Pause cover while Hunter goes in for the kill? The spray is wide, but he still finds the shots eventually. 0 bullets in his clip. The last one is all you need, and that is so many kills going towards Hunter. And I think that with Hunter already 9 kills up, can we say that he is already qualified into the finals, Tarzan?
Oh, it's hard to say, right? Like, we're waiting for Falco. Maybe he'll come through. If not, he should be. I think, like, based on kill points, that's 300. So, like, whatever he's what deficit he's got against Dragon from game 1 might have come through already. I mean, he's got some placement points on board as well, so that makes a huge difference. And but yeah, like you can see, it's not going to be easy. All these sounds have caused quite a lot of interest from some of these other teams, and yeah, leaving apartments never an easy thing. So I'm really glad that they parked their cars well in the first place, decently well, right? I still feel like there's more work that can be done. Like, if they control more of the buildings within the apartments area, then they can maybe get a more 360 protection. But right now, with this amount of kills, I'd say Hunter just need to play safe, right? Then we go into winners bracket and then see where we go from there.
Do you know where we're going, Tarzan? Is we are going
to the moon.
Straight to...
I'm sorry.
Oh, is that where we're going? we're going to the first game of Brazilian qualifiers. Okay,
that's what I'm singing.
Oh, that is what you should sing at the end. Copyright strike. we're gonna have SkillzVault suits. That's
I'm
the goal.
sorry, that was
Like,
I didn't even realize that. Hey, no, come on. Okay, you like what you said was so unusual that you baited me. I mean, I sang it. What's copyright? I
Wow.
didn't play the exact
I
song.
baited Tarzan.
Otherwise, how
I
do
didn't
we
even have to
stream?
play
Yeah, you
PUBG.
baited yourself as well. Jesus,
Oh,
it's a
yeah,
cover,
that's true.
man.
But I always bait myself. That's not new, Tarzan. That's like the everyday necessary things. Like you wake up, like you make your bed. It's like no, for me, it's just like I need to bait myself. Just need to like maybe get out of the wrong side of bed. But I mean, I could say that.
Well-
do I then go through the wall? I mean, the wall's on the other side.
I will bait myself. I will not bait myself. Like what's wrong? You know, you wake up and people's like, I'm gonna make
That's
a
true.
list,
I
make
should go for a
myself
bath instead of a
coffee.
shower. That's the strategy, Tarzan. That's how we change
that's
it
one
up.
way to
That's
fall
how we
back
add some
asleep.
spice to our day.
That's how you fall back asleep.
Don't fall
and
asleep in the
never start
bath.
your day. Well,
I might
yeah,
never
like,
start
your
again if I
skin
fall
looks
asleep in the
bad
bath.
after that. True. And right now it's about Hunter. You know, I like this because if we bring ourselves back to week 1 qualification, this is where it all started. When he killed everyone around apartments, he never left it. This is home for him. Right? And-
Right.
But right now, he needs to leave home, like how every grown person, you grow up and then you leave home and make your own legacy. As they need to make this way through, we saw the map. It was a very hard shift. So, yeah, we don't know how it's gonna, go down. But I do wish them good luck when they need to through. And maybe even more to town, to those north to river positions.
Is this where we're like we wave and we cry into the distance to see like drive away? Where we cry because we're about to die, Tarzan now to Parasite and Hunter. There's emergency stations. That's where the
Jesus.
speed boost button comes in. We almost had to say adios to them. Barely survived that engagement. Down back across. I got a little bit too eager. There was no shooting coming through from Downton Powsey. Hunter's the one driving, and you have to now believe that coming into the zone is next option. Tarzan needs to stop going for the kills, needs to get those placement points, of course, back in. There's 13 players alive. Now you're looking for, as we said, those placement points. I do believe there is a snake in the grass in towards what could be just behind Downton Powsey. Was that a black dot I saw come back down to the ground?
Is a black dot in your eye is what
Wow.
if you don't spend time washing your face when you get up but you try to bait yourself.
So that's because I'm not
as part
going
of
for a
your
bath.
routine.
That's because I'm not going for a bath, Tarzan. I'm simply going for a shower, and the shower does not provide. But that is a black dot, whether you like it or not, Tarzan.
It's a huge black dot.
I want to see. It is a huge black dot, but we're still on Mountain Powsey here. You can see the concentration is not dead yet because that face tells me he's still playing.
He's trying to spray it down. As you can see, the phone looks good as well, and the concentration as ever, as we see the word PUBG behind him as well. And you know what? There's certain small things. It's never timed out. That's how we know that it's PUBG, right? In those older days, it's like, I'm getting into the fight, and then things like that happen. It can, right? So we would try to bring ourselves back in no time, but man, like that, let's talk about that, that situation that just happened there. That's when you actually have the wrong idea or almost disrespectful idea to drive away from the zone to take a fight and almost get punished, and then need to say, we need to slow down, right? Like slow down in the middle of a headshot hills, which is still actually quite scary. Like it takes quite a lot of map knowledge to know where to stop around there and then continue with the rotations. But they made their way through, arguably, and seemingly getting a kill. And look at that backpack from Nimton Palsy. Man, he has, with that is the backpack diff, what we call. The backpack
Is that the backpack diff?
That
it's like
that's
even
the
greater than
backpack
Mum
diff.
Flank. It's like Mum Flank is like on one of those playing cars, like 1,000 points, and you get a backpack diff, and it's like instant
Backpack
like
diff.
win. It's one of those like 10,000
Instant win.
pointers.
I'm sorry, Bruno.
Yeah,
you
instant
need
win.
to now sing Bruno Mars in order to capture my heart. Like otherwise, I am drawn away by my
Portuguese.
superficial
In
self.
Portuguese.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, like yes, exactly. And now I'm drawn away by my superficial self in the non-fungible, arguably, backpack that we see in this game. So you cannot talk me back. This will be myself today. And look, it's the idea because look across. Those are two holding this down. It will be the long-range engagement with the Mark 14.
But he's not going to backpack Tarzan Mountain Powers. He's the one that's got to take the backpack, take it to the fight, as he is just doing that. So I like for the smokes come out because you want to protect also that vehicle. Very, very important because if that vehicle goes, you look at the surroundings and the position that they're at. They're not in the zone. They need to move further forward. But how do you move further forward when you've got such an open expanse to try to cross and you know that there are players there to stop you? You do use the hill to some extent. But as that hill dissipates, you're crossing this bridge, which I think the enemies could have taken advantage of a little bit more. But again, because they're not fast enough to that uptake, you're actually allowing that reset coming through from the Mountain Housing Hunter. So it is a better idea. You smoke it up, you get away from the situation as a whole. The smoke important, even if you're not trying to save your vehicle, to get in the vehicle initially, so that you're not killed in starting up that rotation, the turn with the car itself to get out.
Yeah, can't agree more. To be fair, the enemies, it was hard for them to do something. They either were so good in headshots and just get the knock and then push, or they can at least do one a lot easier thing right there. Is to take out their tires earlier. But because they didn't do that, or hunters just smoked quick enough, I don't believe that. Like, to be fair, I saw the position of the car. They could have taken out the tires and then maybe out-rotate them, but then it's the quick call from Hunter to smoke up the car, go for rotation, and I have to say that is one of, the most prompt and, how should I say, proactive rotations that we've seen on SkillzVault, at least for Brazilian region, because, like, it's so, how should I say, it's very tempting for players to challenge those shots, for them to want to find a way to get around and not thinking about the consequence of those series of action. But then we have Hunter here showing us that he knows better.
It's actually something I'm going to draw back, and I'm not going to diss my own region, but I am going to diss my own region to some extent, is that we see in the UK region, right? Because we see these problems of overtaking fights. And then what happens is you take the fight, yes, you may win this fight, but the zone comes behind you, and the problem that you then have is that you've got no vision again of those inside circle spots that you are trying to rotate to, and also you don't have the time to come in slowly either, because you have spent so long extended on those fights that the zone doesn't allow you the time to slowly walk yourselves in. I mean, even if you did, you're eating up so much damage with that blue zone that it is about half of a body that the players have to shoot, not even a full one, when you actually do enter into the area.
Agreed. Like, and that is why sometimes it's not about mechanics. Like, sometimes when you look at these highest levels, they are all very, very decent. You even see some of these pro players, at that level being, how should I say, almost worse than the normal, maybe classic player if we just compare raw gun skills. But it's because of their presence, their macro skills, their decision making, like the big brain, basically. Like, this is just so important, right? So, like, I love seeing the scene flourish based on the appreciation of these different strengths. And completely agree. And I do hope to see more teams grow, and we are going to see that through the Global Championship. And I think that is what people sometimes forget. Yes, it's a huge prize pool of $6 million, which is a lot more compared to before, but it's also the fact that they get very valuable practice. Like, that is something that is, like, in the right growth mindset of players, like, that is probably almost the top 2 or 3 on the list. Like, before money or before glory, I mean, you can't take those away. Like, you can't ask them to be non-human and be a saint. But if they can, even if results are not so good, they need to know how precious that training experience is.
Right, I think it's even better actually in a way. And okay, call me out for being a mean person here, but if you get a really tough group, because what you're learning with that tough group in the draw for the PMGC is that you're playing with teams who are going to force you to improve the most you can to play with them every single game that you play. That is something that I think is very valuable. Yes, it sucks initially in terms of money factor, in terms of qualification factor, but you can still get there. Of course, the top 16 go through out of the 20 teams for PMGC, and I think it's very possible still to qualify with some good games and getting into those super weekend points. But albeit back to the initial point of still that practice, it is not again, as you say, going to improve you directly in that tournament, but also coming into 2022, it makes you so much of a better player, and as a team, so much better. I think it's something as well where you see players who stay on that same team and who evolve that synergy to a higher level than other newly formed teams that are constantly reforming is actually, I think, overall in the long term, a more improvement, you could say, for those players, because they're learning how to play as that team rather than trying to play with different play styles, different players overall.
Yeah, I mean, it will be one huge difference coming into this PMGC when... Oh, okay. Interesting thing happening here.
It's a dance
and someone's not playing.
Dance off.
Yeah, like, someone's not using a headphone is what's happening, and that allows Hunter to just quickly take that molly. And I think that would down most HP of that player, and that is actually a very quick response. Like, MVP Fire almost took down Hunter from that one, but that will be Nantimpulsi actually taking it with the MG3 to take out the second one. Not only bought time for Hunter to reset, didn't even need him to finish that fight. One takes each, no, each takes one, excuse me, as we see them going into this very late zone, and it will still be 50-50 between that coastal line and the waters.
I actually think that, again, this is where it comes into that quick reactions when it comes into needing that teammate, because you don't take that fight as a whole. You see the Hunter goes down. I think that could have been the end for them. However, now they are in a position, Tarzan, they got the castle. It's practically indefensible for every other person in this lobby to defend against what is now Nantimpulsi and Hunter. Yes, they take shots, but they are taking so many kills alongside it. The zone goes far towards the north. That is the one thing that could have stopped him in this game, and it has, by golly gosh, done just that.
Oh!
A snake behind the wall. You're talking about headphones, silent as a stealthy snake himself. The pink shoot to boot, a double kill. Now Nantimpulsi knows he made a mistake, and that is a beautiful punish.
My God. I can't believe that's how they die, but it was well played to the other player. And you do have to ask, was it possible for them to get a reset when that, not happen? But it would be very hard, right? If I'm the other player and I'm actually doing well, continuing to do well with what I've started to get the first knock, I need to hold down the second one to stop the revive. But those were a bit painful. Hunter was so close, from getting his first chicken dinner tonight, but I think it's just a 40-point difference. I think because if you go out like that, he does take the placement point of third place when Nantimpulsi take the second place. But I think still a very decent game, would be enough, to push Dragon down. But so we also need to see how does the other players do. We do have Jeff nonetheless, and still on a lot of potential, right? And we're waiting to hear from Flacco, and we may get him in here tonight. So still a lot of possibilities, but that was, I can't complain. A lot of things that we were able to talk about that game that was worth the mention.
A lot of games and a lot of things to talk about, though, Tarzan, and we will have that answer on, of course, Falco after a short break. We'll see you guys there.
Cryptocurrencies, it's like a virtual money. You can store it you can spend it, transfer it, you can store it for short term or long term, like an investment. But overall speaking, it's like a virtual money. You can use it to buy things either online or offline. The only difference is that cryptocurrencies are quite new compared to fiat money. Bitcoin Vault, it's a cryptocurrency. It's like any other cryptocurrency there is on the market, except one difference. The difference is quite huge because in Bitcoin Vault we allow users to reverse a transaction. It means that if you make a mistake, if you send money to the wrong address, or you just simply change your mind, you can reverse the transaction. It's quite the opposite with other cryptocurrencies, where you send the money and it's sent. It's already gone from your wallet. In our case, you have 24 hours to make a decision, to change your decision, if you want to proceed with your transaction or you want to cancel it. Virtual cryptocurrency wallets allow users to store crypto, to store different kind of coins or tokens in like a virtual wallet. It's the same as your traditional wallet. You can have euro, dollars, Korean wons, whatever. In a crypto wallet, you have the same, but you store cryptocurrencies online or offline in your virtual wallet.
Aqui é o Eduardo, não tem pausa, e eu queria convidar vocês para se inscreverem nas qualificatórias do SkillzVault, uma competição de PUBG Mobile que eu estou participando. Serão 4 competições, em cada uma delas vai ter um jogador vitorioso, que vai jogar comigo nas finais. Então, se tu tem interesse em fazer um time comigo e ter a chance de ganhar uma premiação, entre em skillvault.gg e se inscreve lá. É tudo de graça.
It is possible to change crypto into fiat money, into traditional money. It is possible through an exchange, a crypto exchange, which accepts both crypto assets and fiat money. Like, for example, you can change from Bitcoin Vault to Korean won or Japanese yen. It's possible. You just need to have an account on a crypto exchange.
Fala rapaziada, beleza? Eu sou o Bruno Clash e como você já provavelmente sabe, eu faço parte da SkillzVault, que é um evento de PUBG Mobile, rapaziada. Isso mesmo, ó, eu vim aqui convidar vocês para se inscrever nas rodadas de classificação. Vão ser 4 rodadas e cada uma delas terá um vitorioso, que jogará junto comigo nas grandes finais, rapaziada. Isso mesmo. E ó, é o seguinte... Quer formar equipe comigo? Quer ganhar dinheiro ao mesmo tempo? É fácil, é tranquilo. Se inscreva, é grátis, é gratuito, rapaziada. Visite agora skillzvault.gg e inscreva-se agora. Te espero, hein, rapaziada.
And we are back in the studio after the games. Here with me, as always, Professor Tarzan and Highland Wolf. Guys, we are in the middle of the final, and I want to know, how are you feeling about that? And how are you feeling with the information that Hunter was probably eliminated, but he had another chance and he was playing with Nantin Pausi?
That was a huge chance that might have made him one of the richest boy or girl or whatever in his class. Right? Like we talk about the big prize pool, and you know that wouldn't happen too many times. I hope he's learned, or she, they learned the lesson, and that's very important because we do feel like we need to be an advocate of professionalism and all that stuff, but the gameplay does speak, right? The potential is there. Yeah, very looking forward to this last round of Series 1 before we go into Series 2, so the grand finals. But guys, this is the thing, is a best of one. We've seen some players fall today because they didn't know how to play that early game safe.
All right, so talking about the points, please give me a minute. So, for example, Hunter, we spoke about him. He had like 1,880 points right now, and he's the best among all players. Dragon have 1,060. For example, Jeff have 850, and we are still waiting for Falco to finish the game. Right now, I think he's playing with Bruno Clash, and I'm sure that we will go straight to this match and we will see how he is doing. And talking about Bruno Clash, talking about the stars, Bruno is better for now than Nantin Pausi. He have 760 points, and Nantin Pausi have 60 less. So 700 on Nantin Pausi's account. So the points of the stars also matter, because the best star will play with two best players and they will fight for the first place. Yes, so if we could decide now, Bruno Clash will be the best one. And we are into this game, and I see that Falco is playing with Bruno Clash. So guys, I will leave the studio and leave it to you.
Oh, Tarzan, Falco's time to shine. It's time to spread his wings and fly like falcons themselves. This is a word to you, Tarzan. But he's got a lot of work to do, we could say, when it comes to redeeming himself from being a little bit sleepy. Maybe he got mum flanked. Maybe he got a backpack gift, But he's here. He's here again. He's starting himself off on the island. He's a fan of League of Legends. This is what I feel like. This is how we can tell, Tarzan, if you are a League of Legends fan or not. If you start on the island or if you start on PUBG.
Ooh, I started on League actually. But that doesn't matter. Like, I feel like we all start somewhere, and with this game, the difference is I'm there from the start of the game, right? So, mistakes has been made by Falcon.
I hope he has parachute. There it is.
And he does.
Imagine if he didn't have parachutes, Tarzan. Imagine if you had to loot a parachute and then you just kind of like slid off the edge. I feel like that would be me. That would be like something I would do, quite frankly. I'd be like, let me just try to see what happens. If gravity will affect me or not. And then there's like multiple facepalm moments coming from you. Is that like how it will go?
Yes, but also they're now split because one fell down and the other one refused to come down, and Falcon may just need to take a 1v2 against this team that just crashed in with the G.
No, wait, Tarzan. You don't need to worry because they dip. It feels like Falco's playing for two people because they weren't brave enough to take that 1v2 situation if Falco was disadvantageous of. And Falco, he secured himself that coastal line place all to himself.
Well. At least he can pick up some of these nice, shiny things, I would say. I call them shiny things, as they could be used, as we saw earlier, like to buy interesting stuff. I have to believe, and I think it has to be the case, right? Those are the secrets to how you can get a 50 mag M416, as we see Falco finally, although late, attended the party and started fragging. I mean, we started with 100 players, we lost almost 20, he got 5 kills, so not doing too shabby.
I feel like he's missing out on some opportunities. So, I mean, I see boats moving. I see a few more movements about his peripheral. So, Falco, he could be making even more, but he's got 5 already. So, he's making the work count. He needs a lot of work, though. He needs plenty of them. Because to catch up to the big games that we've seen already, even to grab himself a 3rd place, it's going to be difficult for him because he has fallen behind, being a little bit late to that party, but there is still that opportunity. And this is where you now want Bruno Clash to say, well, I will be that support player. I will sit back and let you get these points, because it is also to the extent that Bruno, yes, he is also ahead of Mountain Powers, but he doesn't have to go for so many points if he doesn't want to play with those better players at the end of the 4 games.
Well. And now we talk about synergy once again. Because we've seen glimpse of synergy between, the side of Hunter and Intempalsi just now. Right, we've got some trading coming through. We've got some, more equal, slightly more balanced damage output compared between the two. But here, they are yet to find each other again. So here's the thing, right? It's fine because Bruno Clash will not completely die, right? He's on the island, so he can still come back down if he fails his solo mission. But, Falco needs to stay alive for him, at least. Because on the ground of Erangel, that's how you lose your life. And, could be a 1v2 situation anytime. But he's just on the other side of the bridge, so they can maybe join the forces once again very shortly.
Then you can pick each other up, Tarzan, and then you can be best friends. That's the goal, isn't it? Is that what you would do for me? You would run your body in onto danger, and you would pick me up if I fell down. You would help me, right? You wouldn't go for the kills, Tarzan. You would save me.
I would save you. Yes, of course I will. Thank you. You need to give me a setting, though. You need to tell me about the prize pool. You need to tell me about the setting.
Wait, Tarzan, you would leave me? You would let me die for money?
If it's more than, if the total amount is more than trying to save you, then yes, I will give it back to you. Does that make sense? It's math. It's not.
You would at least share the prize
it's
money,
math.
right? We're a team.
Imagine saying that you need to save me now, unless our friendship is over, then you lost the global championship. It doesn't make sense.
Yep, exactly.
Right? Sometimes
it makes total sense, Tarzan. What do you mean? What do you mean, Tarzan? Friendship is worth everything.
The fight.
That is true, and this is where the friendship needs to come out, the synergy. They pop out, and of course, if Bruno is left alone, he needs to make the kills happen. Yes, he does. He now turns back towards his fallen comrades. Falco will be revived. No picking up, no throwing him down. It is only back to a duo, and back to those kills that are also important, back to the looting phase as well. Tarzan, 6 kills right now for Falco. It's not been clean. I will say that. I think we need to see a little bit more refining to do in terms of these team fights. I think Falco's got a little bit too eager, but he has found that 7th one. If only he can find a knock, that will be true.
Well, the Overwatch has to come through, though. After all, it's a solo crash, it's a solo push, and then he can still lose the 1v1. Of course, the pressure is there, the smokes is out, and that is going to be a poorly cooked nade, but can still maybe do the job. Is the support coming in? Bruno is trailing him.
I think those nades going a little bit wide, and of course going in right over the smoke, straight on in. That synergy was not there. Tarzan and Bruno Clash is dead. He shakes his head in disapproval because he knows that synergy was wrong. He knows that he made that mistake, and now it's all down to Falco. He sits and prays, and knock at least is there as one. The smoke dissipates, and now he knows exactly where those players are, but he has to get over. It's all down to him, and there still potentially could be one more lying in wait.
Well, after all, it's about, okay, yeah, if they're not used to speaking in comms, fine. But sometimes it's the team awareness, right? Like, and that's weird. It's a little bit heartbreaking to see. You know, Falco pushed out, Bruno followed, but then Falco moved back and Bruno stayed. Like, so those are the things that we're out of sync right there. And I think Falco needs to think what it means, right? Like right now, it's officially a 1v2. He's allowed the reset to happen, I believe, and that's not going to be easy. Like if I were him, I'll repark the car, keep it somewhere else, and if it seems bad, like the situation when it got pushed, then I can at least retreat or just use this at the first place, right? But of course, there's a tree potentially in the way, but this is where he can maybe add some pressure upon the escape path of the enemy.
I like that he is waiting and he's being mispatient because exactly this is a point, Tarzan. They've left it for 3 times now to reset to come through. Ooh. The enemies get the kill, they move away, and actually they are the winners of this extended engagement. And now even to the extent that it's an awkward situation for also Falco because that red zone is annoyingly actually in the way of the rotation into the zone as well, which forces potentially that wide rotation. Damn. But the mistake was there. The push came through too eager, and actually the reposition of Falco works out. So he does guarantee at least 1 kill for now. The second is there. They pop out of smoke for the meantime, and it is going to be the second it comes through. Falco secures revenge, but he is alone. And as we said, he has so much work to do to get into not only even more kills, but also into a prime spot on that leaderboard.
Well, it's back-to-back games for him. Like, he needs to play the rest of the solo due to a mistake, and another way to maybe make something happen. Go quick pro to reduce the recoil control. We'll try to spray it down. We'll not be able to do a quick deploy of that cover, and that will be a smoking car going away. Can that tracking still come through? The answer is no, but they did win this 2v2. It's about their mistakes. Island Wolf is between bad and worse, and they actually stood still. But yes, it will be not by 4 feet. It's just 2.
Now the red zone is dissipated. I want to see Falco move further in. I think you have to, as a solo, do it slowly. Falco can't be now that super aggressive player that goes in towards the center because it's just too dangerous to be surrounded by multiple sides of already duos against you as a solo player. I think that the way Falco needs to play this situation is he does need to move in, but he needs to go slowly further forward to try to fish for these kills. He can't be waiting like this 200 meters from the zone because the kills are leaving him, but also he's losing information on that next phase. As the zone now starts to move in 1 minute, he's going to find himself that as it has shifted so far away from him right now, he's not in a position to effectively play the game when it comes to the entrance of even getting to those kills.
Yes, yes, and yes. And right now, though, like, although we can theory craft and all these and speculations coming through, Falco needs to go back to how he started, right? His SkillzVault's journey. It's about being alone and making things work. Rotations into this area not easy, though. We know this part, like around farm. And for those who are already in position of got power positions or whatnot, good compounds can really seriously damage some of these other players. But after all, it's just phase 2, and it will be a lot of ground to cover. He is playing that style of scouting through circling around compounds, though, which can be a little bit too dangerous, I would say. And so it will come down to us trying to praise his driving paths, really, driving skills, and see whether he is sensible.
Well, you're playing when you circle a compound that you've got teammates. You've got someone who is on the back of that buggy that can also fire back. The problem is that Bruno's dead. There's no one to fire back. So by circling around the entirety of that compound task, and all he is doing is drawing the attention, he finds one rogue player, though. That's going to be a surprise 9th kill for him. The 9th kill, albeit, though, as now he comes to the problem. He has to get out of the buggy, but it's just too much, and he gets dropped the moment he stops. So a good attempt with the rock, but again, this is a problem when you go too aggressive. You lose Bruno. There's no defense on that buggy to fire back, fire control to actually establish a position in that fight at the start. So it just comes straight down to that disadvantage in terms of numbers in the fight there.
You know what? I would agree and also disagree. Numbers would help, but no one can help you when you have the wrong mindset. And that player there, I'm trying to imply more than one thing. I am going to be harsh. I decide to be, and I will not regret it. One, when it comes to that game right there, there's definitely more than one way to challenge that. When you feel the pressure there,
you could
even
swap.
when it comes to gameplay,
back
it was absolutely terrible. You don't have... Yeah, you swap to a seat or spray, or you drive differently. But stopping like that is the worst play that you can make. So if he doesn't go to the final, it will be down to these small things. And two, of course, it's not just on the screen, but what you can't see. And this player spent just too much that we couldn't get him there. So it's just irresponsible of the player. I personally need to make a stance here. I do not like it. I don't think we are sending the wrong message if he has the chance to share this really life-changing amount of money. And right there is also when you are given absolute grace to change your life after making the first organizational mistake out of disrespect, that you still fail because you are not good enough of a player. So that will be my very strong stance right there. We have another round to go for Series 1. Then maybe we can see some of these players shine after that even longer.
Of course, it is going to be one more game coming through as well. From what we have to see, is it enough to get into the finals? Because I think that Falco is not looking like it's enough, quite frankly. Because I think that what we're seeing, yes, is these mistakes. But I think, again, that synergy issue is you're not playing as a team, whereas other people who are coming in, yes, they may be random, but they could also be inside these voice chats. They're making these pings. They're doing more communication than actually Bruno and the likes of these. I think actually in general, what we've seen through the entirety of SkillzVault has been, it's just that lack of communication when we come to the finals. We don't see enough of it to be able to get these players even better results than what they've had. We're relying on actually the individual skill of these players to bring them to these victories, not actually anything else. It's playing like you are solo, effectively, inside of these duo games.
Yeah, it's a little bit of almost a second anime betrayal around there. You know, like when you push out, you have aggression, someone's got your back, but then when they push out with you and they needed you, you backed off. Right, is what happened there with Falco, and I think it's, of course, like it is a communication issue. It's also potentially not the best fight to start off with. I think in pro play, I mean, we are going into the globals. We are at that level, so we have the right to basically set the bar there for these players. As an analyst on the global desk, that play could be very different. Right, a lot of plays can be done and be completed with a lot less effort, but it was not done that way. So that is for sure a list of at least 3 things that Falco can work on. 1 as a person, 2 points as a player. But here's the second chance with Nathan Palsy as we see this last round of Series 1. And the Falco will need to go very strong with this, because when it comes to both rounds, to be fair, all games played, if we disregard the second one from Dragon, right? Like he's not got that chicken dinner yet when every other player has almost gotten to that point, and so it needs to be a huge game. It has to be essentially a win with, I need to say, around 25, maybe 25 kills. Right? I think that would be what
it's a lot to ask, Tarzan. You're asking a lot. I mean, it is true though, because he didn't get a good scoreboard position in that first match. That is what really lets him down, because he was really coming in with the kills, quite frankly. I think that the kills were fine. It's more about getting inside of it, as we mentioned, the zone. That was always going to be a problem for Falco because he was on his own. But the way in which he played it was moving too aggressive further into the zone. You have to be playing on the edge of that zone itself. You can't go straight into the middle, as we said. And because he goes into that middle, you're facing up against duos who have already established themselves in this position and have the ability, even on these particularly buggy fights, on these vehicle fights, to just out damage you on a numbers level by the fact that you don't have anyone there to shoot on the back of your buggy, as we said. Yes, Falcon can do those fancy swaps, but then if he swaps, no one's driving the buggy. And as you say, you then end up in this position, it's unresettable because your buggy isn't moving anymore.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, just poor game sense, I say. The response to it was really shows that as a player that uses more brute force instead of, smart play, and then not very developed in all senses of needed muscle memory, like the car swap to maybe apply pressure straight away, and then also the macro assessment, right? Like, what's the best way to drive your car in that situation to maybe get out of it? In fact, you just go downhill, keep going sideways so that it's hard to track you, and then use the next bit of landscape to dip further down. That's what you can do if you go down the south side around that west farm, if they play the game enough. So I'm gonna stop being harsh for now, and but that is literally the explanation, right, when we do the analysis round there. But this is going to be a new game. There's a lot of kills that he needs to make. We want to start in Milta. The zone is not here, but also not here. Also not here is the amount of players that we want. A lot of them fell extremely early.
Right, he finally grabs one, but we've already lost a quarter of the lobby with that kill, Tarzan. And as you said, he needs so many on top of course, that chicken dinner to just even match a chance to get into that second position, to have an opportunity to get into those finals. It will be so difficult when you have so great plays coming from two players at the top. And speaking of those plays, one of those contenders at the top, Jeff, already smashing in those kills on top of the arcade platform in the sky. One so far. He will about to be secure second. As there comes number two, Tarzan. It almost feels like, in a way, we've actually seen an increase in kills early on due to this event, which is something intriguing to me, because if we are going to see a besting of the Chinese players in those final two games, it has to come down, I think, to that slight boost that we're going to get off of more players being around these event areas.
Yeah, but I feel like there's still a chance there. I want to put not just my money, but faith and support behind Jeff. It's not exact favoritism, I don't think, but this player has always just played his best game. Is that? Oh no, like he's just flying back down. He's just off the island. That's it, right? We talked about this before. This is the mirror island of those. So yes, they are split right now. So Jeff has to fight alone for quite a while. And you know why I like him? This player always play his best game. He's never done anything that is aggressive but disrespectful. Try to get things done in a very mechanical way, but also very efficiently. That is what I know of Jeff since he played qualification. He was against a very, very hard lobby as well. But he just always gives his best. Like, we're talking about
He's in a 1v3.
Exactly. Oh,
It's not enough
Well,
though. 1v3 too much.
It's the reload that didn't come through. Like it was the reload, right? But he will be coming back down, I believe, and he is coming into surrounding Pachinki, and I think there's a lot of looting to do. Not sure whether it's going to be easy, because if we have a mirror island close to Pachinki, some of them got killed by Jeff, to say the least, and then they may land on Pachinki before Jeff and don't know how much loot Jeff has. And I've said Jeff too many times in the past 2 minutes, but he deserved that. So what's the name again? His name is Jeff.
You weren't setting up for it, Tarzan. I was about to give it to you, but you gave it to me back, and that is why we have the synergy together, Tarzan. For all of these times we've cast together, it is growing, Tarzan. Just like that score is growing for Falco. We come back towards him. He's up to 3, but he's got to keep going. He's got to speed run a game if ever was an opportunity. There's number 4. Where is number 5, Tarzan? It's like an auction. We're looking for that increase in big increase in kills fast, because as those players drop back, kill feed ain't slowing down for the chances of Falco, and every time one goes by, Falco loses another opportunity.
Well, he's not an opportunity that he lost. How about we focus on the fact that he's lost a teammate, and that is once again him alone. Is it someone doing something without getting him involved, or I feel like there's always a way. Like, even if let's say a dumb teammate, I'm not being personal against Nintendo Palsy, like you can always kind of find a way to play around it, right? Like, you give me any player, I may not be able to save him, but I can for sure maybe capitalize on that. Maybe that happened already with Falco, but from what we saw from Nintendo Palsy, I feel like there is really an opportunity that they could play that better, or individually from Falco, and this is looking a little bit similar to before, and that is a little bit tough. Because what happened last time was around 4 kills or something. No, he got more. But around this point of the game, he became solo, and then he started driving around, and it did not work. It was also a western shift like this. So good luck, because you're going to need it.
He is going to need so much luck. And I tell you also something. It's unfortunate for Nathan Powsey, because he was behind, right, mathematically, to Bruno Clash. Bruno, as far as we left him, was still alive. So it is, I believe, Mountain Palsy who will be casting. I'm going to be doing casting, Tarzan, with you, but it will be him as playing. It will be him as playing with the lower end players out of the 4 of them. And it should be Bruno Clash who plays with the top 2 to decide again who will be our victor of again the final Brazilian region, the final finals to take place in SkillzVault. It is almost bittersweet is the word I think we can use to express this tournament, is that we are coming to an end of a story, quite frankly, a chapter, but not quite done yet, but now it will be. I thought he maybe had the opportunity, Tarzan, but Falco, he has to say goodnight, and I think that Jeff is in some trouble. Bruno does find, however, the revive, so we're not quite over yet. We thought we might have been done with 2 teams at the same time, but Jeff still has a chance. Keep in mind that Jeff also needs to, again, find these points. It does still matter, putting up a good performance. Here comes the next kill, but it's going to go to Bruno Clash.
Wow, I mean, it was close. I was thinking maybe Jeff didn't have the first aid, but that reset did come through, and Bruno Clash continue. Maybe it's like in his sixth sense, he knew that he's going into the winner bracket. Very likely, right, as the influencer. So that is going to be quite huge, and Jeff still alive, much needed. Pick up more goodies, and then maybe we can see once again some altered weapons, should I say. They are in a different form, right? It's like they've evolved, and I love seeing that. And right now also, well, is that a Tommy gun? Is that a Tommy gun? Am I tripping? I feel like I've heard a Tommy gun, and that is a very, very cool looking white skin. Now, it could be a new MP. I don't know anymore, but you know what? Let's talk about what happened to the person who just died. I know there's a lot of people dying in the world all the time. It's quite sad if you think about it. So count your blessings, but
Wow.
I will continue to go back and talk about
We're in there.
the site of Falco. And as you can see, got some spray controls or whatnot, but then it's still these plays that is just making it hard for himself. Like, you continue spraying. You sprayed the first one. His spray stays on the not player. It's duo. How about you spray transfer to the one in the driver's seat so that you can get a 2-piece? No, he continues spraying on the one who got knocked. Like, it's just not good enough. The player's just not good enough if we're looking for the best for the Brazilian region. I am sorry, but that is a rookie mistake right there, alongside the fact that he decided to shoot out of cover in a way that was not quick enough for him to retreat back to behind cover for maybe a reload and a re-peek, right? He stood too far up, too aggressively, and then just didn't make the right decisions. So he's out. He will not be in the winner's bracket for sure.
It's disappointing, Tarzan, of course, for Falco, but on a lighter note, we do have Jeff, and we, of course, do also have what will be Hunter. Heading, I believe, will be our 2 qualifiers to the finals. I don't think that Drago has done enough when it comes to securing a good enough points overall. It comes really down to Jeff, though, if he can find those kills. I think the only real thing it saves Drago right now is that Jeff is only on 4 kills. He is flying. He is ascending Tarzan. He is elsewhere. He is back on the island, back into zone.
Jinx!
He is Jinx, no less. It is
Finally.
a double Jinx. Bruno is also Jinx with Vi right there. Buckle up, Buttercup, as of course they head into the tavern for more kills and even more excitement.
You know what? The interesting thing about this is, I'm not talking about bots, but there's more PvE environment in here. Like, of course, that is Caitlyn there against, but you can also shoot some of these other characters to get more of those goodies and gems, right? So we're talking about not just that, but they are lucky when they see a group of Caitlyn, because it's just so hard to land those shots. But seems like they need to reload the minigun right now, and Jeff needs to hold it down. And you can see not just that player. Look at that huge beast, which is no player, but just, a PvE situation right here.
It's a Chemtech monster is what it is, Tarzan. It don't stop. You try to mix with a Chemtech mines and you get slap-adapt by the big spiky hands. It is them. They're slash and slash and slash. Down, but he's still alive. It is still a dangerous fight, nevertheless, and it tanks so much as now Bruno also comes in for assistance, but it is Jeff who is getting destroyed to 25% HP, and it don't stop. It keeps chasing. Bruno needs to save him as a Jace bomb hits in behind. Is getting overrun by the damage of these PvE bots.
Oh god. No way! He needs to dodge that one, but no! The Jace takes them out both. And that is the problem. So focused on taking down one of the small bosses on the island and just lost the fight right there. The shot blast was too strong, as we have right here. Don't need to press onto the Q, but just tap the fire button from Jace. And they come back down onto this side, very close to South Georgia with crates. Got miles to travel. Not miles. A mile, right? Like, let's be more scientific here, right? Like 100 and almost 300 meters. So that is literally a mile, right? Like, that's how much a mile would be.
1.2 kilometers.
There we go. Woohoo! And then, hey, distance though. We talk about this. They are talking about it. There's like, what happened there? Why you dupe, friend? No, that's not what's happening. He's giving him.
Is that what you say to me?
Yeah.
That's what you say to me, Tarzan. Like after you played with me.
That I bought from Black Friday. I actually did, to protect my gear or whatnot. But that will get them some great gear though, because they did. Yes, I know. Was it worth it? It's from what they can get from this box, right? Like they defeated the box, I should say, not the box, the big monster, the
The
boss
boss.
on the island.
That's what they did,
The bo-
Tarzan.
Okay, that I see what you did there. It's nice, and I
know, right? I'm
appreciate
so
it.
proud of that
So,
one. I know.
yes, brilliant, and I am too. Let's see if they can get the goodies out of that, and say it was worth having Jace killed us both, and then they can get to the zone, because that's the next thing for sure. We'll need to find a car to do that, though.
They need to hurry up because they aren't really in a great position when it comes to further into that zone. You're going to have to cross down towards the south end. Tarzan, though, really what we need to talk about here is also the fact that Bruno, he is still not communicating. Tarzan, I have not heard one word from him. He is like a mime in the world of PUBG. He does not speak. For a caster, no less. I thought he would be the one sending
he's a
the
vocal.
vibes.
He's on vocal rest. He's on vocal.
Oh, I
rest.
see. Is this what
Had
it
those
is?
before?
It's actually...
Right, like, it's like I ain't speaking for you, one person. Like I usually. Oh, okay. Look at all these goodies. Oh, they bought the stuff they need. They picked up a vest from that. Okay, yeah, that's actually quite amusing, to be fair. And vocal rest, and what else? Like, what are the other reasons why he's not talking? At the club below him is
would you
playing
vocal
loud
rest
music.
for me, Tarzan? Would you vocal
That's
rest for
very
me?
polite me to ask me to shut up. Like that is so polite.
No.
Do
I mean it the other way. Would you not speak to me for vocal rest?
Oh, I see what you're doing there. Okay, I
see?
thought you were just would you vocal rest for?
I just
me?
realized what I was saying. I was like,
would
yes, yes. Shut up, Tarzan. Get out.
I love that. I'm not even offended. It was so good. Would you do a vocal rest for me? Cheers. It's like the most British way that you can say it. It would be nice if you shut up, right? Like, I actually like it. Oh man. But you know what? We'll continue guessing, right? I think there's a club, Brazilian, like I don't know, like a belly dance or whatnot, like club below him, bachata below him, and he's trying to be a considerate teammate, and it's like, okay, that's too loud. We will just use our sixth sense to build that synergy, and is so far working okay, because seems like he is slowly progressing into the winner's bracket. Bruno Clash.
I feel like Tarzan, there is just some sort of delay though when it comes to getting in his zone, and that is one thing that concerns me right now. Is we have seen him so far out. Jeff is only on 4 kills. How are they going to get in on this zone? Because now we see where this zone realistically is. It's coming in towards Gatka. You're, yes, in a vehicle, you got that mobility, but they're heading into a very open space, which I think should be punishable as they approach further towards the safety entrance.
Yes, and yes. And right now, I think this is tricky, right? Like we talk about when Falco was driving, we talk about driving paths or whatnot. It's actually very hard, I think, like around Gatka. Like you have to find the best bunch of, vegetation, I would say, to come in so you don't get sprayed down, have the next hay bale to dip if things do happen. But I believe they might be moving towards, as you can see the orange heart mark right there. It could be on Nick's Island that they're going on, but seemed like that disappeared on the minimap, so I'm not quite sure. After all, I do need to play Arcane a little bit more for the fun and the understanding as they continue to cruise through Gatka into very close to the southern Chopsticks area.
Chopsticks, Tarzan, you're making me hungry. I've only had 1 meal today. I'm not going to lie to you, Tarzan. We are under-caloриed today. I will be frank. You're making me hungry, is what else I'm trying to say with the chopsticks. I mean, what noodles are
you telling me I'm
would
yummy?
You go for like... Would you go for
you want
like
a Chinese
some... Yeah, would you go for like some... What type of noodles would you go for? Like veg? Would you go for meat? What are we feeling here?
Oh, it's I think it's about the sauce more than anything. Like for me, like it's fine
Ooh,
with whatever
it's
meat
true.
or seafood, but if you have enough bean sprouts, onions, and garlic as well as spring onions, that is a very important combo, right? Like for me, I think that's the key thing. As they really rotate through a key part of the circle, we do have the Pachinki Hill, probably where I would play that. For this, but they are searching for the next victim. And to be fair, like if I see Jeff do this, like then I need to believe because he's got a good track record, right? I want to see at least some good response, sensible driving from him that's really explained by his game sense and macro, and see how he can properly do this. Because after all, yes, I understand he does need some good kills in this mode anyway, but seeing where the line is and know how to respect it is key. As he, yeah, like not. I like this U-turn for him to not go to the parts where they can get punished, like if someone's just third person peeking them around those barn houses. I think this is why he would be my pick so far in this Brazilian finals.
Okay, but as a doggo, I am someone who also loves food, and I'm also someone who loves to cook. You need to tell me about the sauce, Tarzan, because I feel like the bean sprouts are like the secret ingredient, yeah, that I wasn't thinking about. Also, secret ingredient number kill 5 coming in through for Jeff, but Welcome back, everyone. We're back once more. We did not leave you, Tarzan. We're back on the other side of darkness. And we're up to 6 kills now, Jeff. He's got 1 extra since we left him, and Bruno Clash is still alive. It's good news as we approach 12.
Ooh. Ooh, you know what? I think this is going to be a spicy one as we see Jeff. Look at those maneuvers coming through, man. The ump is so strong. I found out it's the ump, and then that will be the buggy play. That is the supreme positioning, and that was beautiful to see as we see Jeff really takes that one. Bruno getting into the zone because it's starting to hurt, and then that will be 8 kills on board as they proceed to what seems to be a very open finish.
Oh, but Tarzan, he's down to now only 9 players, and he's searching, of course, for extra. He's down to those final few points because Jeff, he still needs to continue to get those points overall, but they are smoking out. They're playing defensive, actually, as they do choose to have a halt, have a brief moment of patience to heal back up. Also important. As much as a man I am of blood and gore and of loving to kill, I respect.
Ooh. Ooh. Ew. You know what? Like, we talk about respect and all that stuff, and that is also, you could see how many players, like in the past, who would just go in there and say, yeah, no, we would just come in and heal, but won't smoke this. The preemptive smokes arguably saved them and their car. As they come into this one, look at this. Okay, this finish is harsh, right? Like, the only cover is now found is this hut, but it's going to be quite hard. And I love what they're doing here. This is absolutely lovely. Yes, it's not in the circle, but they can play this spot with the high ground for as long as possible and know what spot to take and when and how. And that is a quick sweep that they need to take. Even if they want to take a spot now, they need to make sure that this side of the risk is accounted for. And this is what I like about Jeff as a player. The macro sense come through so much stronger compared to some of his competitors.
But Jeff, they are taking it slow, and I like it the way they are approaching it, Tarzan, on that high ground. They're not choosing to run in with the vehicle. I think this is better because you want to, in a zone like this, which is more open, take it a little bit slower because you don't have the stealth of those brushes. You don't have the stealth of those hay bales. You're in an awkward position, actually, when it comes to getting in that zone from the high ground, because actually high ground not so favorable at this point in the game because you are such a target coming down where everyone on the low ground can see you enter and particularly hear you as you are so aggressive inside that buggy, bound to run in to more opponents. You can see them trying to go for that broken shack as a former gatekeep inside of the edge of that zone, but they're barely inside of the edge as they still need to fight further forward.
The gun is sticking out, but they missed the nade though, and that is just hard to watch, right? And it's not just the gun giving it away. I think it's the car right next to it as well, and missed it again. I'm actually disappointed, but that will be. Someone's really spraying that one down, and the trade did not come through. That is the choke if I haven't seen one, and that is actually a team that used the cover so well and will take them out. The pain is now delivered. That was a fail if I haven't seen one before.
It was again not synergized, Tarzan. Bruno's going in way too deep, where actually you see Jeff is trying to play that slower, trying to go for the nade, whereas Bruno wants to go in for the melee swipe range on close combat with those opponents. But because he gets knocked, even the body of Bruno Clash was not used effectively by Jeff. So actually it's both their faults, as you say rightly so, because Jeff should have actually used as we said, the body of Bruno to distract, actually, as a distraction so that they can pick up 1 kill, then make it that 1v1. And the missed shots as well, the accuracy off, which is then the nails in the coffin for Jeff in that final game. Unfortunate for it, but I do believe it could have been enough for us
Could
to
have been.
get Jeff
Yeah.
and in the Hunter into the finals, but it's down to, of course, Jeff and Dragon, who will be the two to actually go through, because I think Hunter, based on how dominant he's been with the kills, right, and how good his position's been, is definitely likely to be through. However, it is high scoring through the three of them. I think the only thing that we can really suggest here is that Falco is going to be one of those players who plays for Naruto and Parity, right, who will be on that lower end of the bracket.
Yeah, and I still think Jeff should go through. After all, the Star of Dragon, although is a better chicken dinner compared to Jeff in their first games, it was too harsh of a second game. Like 60 points, like at least Jeff made it to end zone in his second as well. So I think it should be safe to say that would be Hunter and Jeff going through. I have been harsh tonight for very good reasons. I think I needed to be harsh on Jeff as well. Not the type that I want to destroy him, but just want to give a fair statement. Like, he's done so many things right, but there was for sure one that did not come through as well there. Have the right idea, but if we break down that fight, one for sure could practice those nades under pressure. Two, that landscape right there, there's only one opening of that shack, and that will be for him to maybe crawl using the cover with that small elevation towards the right a little bit first to cover all ground, so that the push out of the hut could not be happening at the first place. But that will be the detailed breakdown of that fight. After all, that's a mistake to be made now and not later in Series 2.
Yeah, at least they're making it now, Tarzan, because the best part is that at least if they make it, of course, to those finals, you got to reset, even if they're in third and fourth, still fight for that prize money to get a little bit higher than their opponents. But as we said, we're approaching the climax, Tarzan, of the entire book of SkillzVault, the final chapter, just after the break.
Mining of cryptocurrencies, it's a big topic. There are crypto that you can mine, or there are cryptos that you can stake to earn more crypto. So for example, Bitcoin or Bitcoin Vault are cryptocurrencies that allows mining. So you can connect your device, like your computer, and your computational power can be used to mine cryptocurrencies. Right now, it's quite difficult to mine bigger cryptos, like Bitcoin, for example. You need a lot of computational power to be able to mine even one Bitcoin. With Bitcoin Vault, it's much easier. Bitcoin Vault is the only cryptocurrency on the market that allows reversible transactions. It is possible through a unique set of private and public keys. We use those to allow users to perform different kind of transactions. So for example, if you are sending crypto from one address to another, you are using a combination of one of the three keys. If you change your mind in the process and you want to cancel and reverse this transaction, you are using a different private key. So our three key security structure is a concept of managing three private keys that are a common tool in crypto, where you can use different keys to perform different kind of transactions, and at the end you can either reverse it or speed it up. price of cryptocurrencies are determined by the market, by the game between supply and demand. It's the same story with forex markets or stocks markets or commodities. If supply is bigger than demand, then price drops. If the demand is bigger than supply, price increases.
Aqui é o Eduardo, não tem pausa, e eu queria convidar vocês para se inscreverem nas qualificatórias do SkillzVault, uma competição de PUBG Mobile que eu estou participando. Serão 4 competições, em cada uma delas vai ter um jogador vitorioso, que vai jogar comigo nas finais. Então se tu tem interesse em fazer um time comigo e ter a chance de ganhar uma premiação, entre em skillvaults.gg e se inscreve lá. É tudo de graça.
Bitcoin Vault is very similar to the king of crypto, Bitcoin, but the main difference is that it is possible to reverse a transaction with our cryptocurrency. With Bitcoin Vault, if you make a mistake, if you change your mind, you can always reverse your transaction. You have 24 hours for that. It's a limited time opportunity.
Fala rapaziada, beleza? Eu sou o Bruno Clash e como você já provavelmente sabe, eu faço parte da SkillzVault, que é um evento de PUBG Mobile, rapaziada. Isso mesmo, ó, eu vim aqui convidar vocês para se inscrever nas rodadas de classificação. Vão ser 4 rodadas e cada uma delas terá um vitorioso, que jogará junto comigo nas grandes finais, rapaziada. Isso mesmo. E ó, é o seguinte... Quer formar equipe comigo? Quer ganhar dinheiro ao mesmo tempo? É fácil, é tranquilo. Se inscreva, é grátis, é gratuito, rapaziada. Visite agora skillzvault.gg e inscreva-se agora. Te esperem, rapaziada.
Alright guys, welcome back after the first series. Now 4 matches ahead of us. The best star will play again together with 2 best players, and they will fight for the first place. And the star on the second place, Nantin Pause, will play with other 2 players. So guys, you want to guess who is playing with who, or you want me to tell you that?
I already know. I've got Discord.
You already know? Oh my god, you have Discord? You're saying me right now?
You know what?
Fat cheater.
You know what? We made the calculations before we got the actual confirmation, and we were right. Right, so I'm gonna let you do it. Like, I can't steal his job. Like, we'll let Testry tell us. Do the big brain, big man announcement with the deep voice.
With the deep voice, you want the deep voice, alright. Yes. So on the second place is Nantin Pausi. So he have like 730 points, and he will play together with Dragon and Falco, and they will fight for the 3rd place. But Bruno Clash with 850 will together with Hunter, and then Jeff to win the whole thing. And Hunter have right now 1,880 points, and Jeff has 1,390 points. So very good results, and I cannot wait to see Hunter in the finals. Yeah, because I think he is the guy who can beat actually everyone right now. He's in a very good position, and this position today to win the whole thing. Yes.
Oh man,
yes,
I think that it's down to Hunter. You gotta be fair. If anyone's gonna beat these Chinese players from the previous region, if it comes down to Jeff, he has a good game. Potentially, there's the possibility to, but we've not seen the consistency through from Jeff, and that's the thing. We've not seen Jeff be able to close out a game with really strong results yet, and that's something that I think those end game moments they're lacking in that finesse, in that ability just to be able to, when it counts, be able to find those kills. Whereas Hunter is, we've seen already, even in his first qualifier, right, was taking down everyone in the lobby. He's done exactly the same in the finals when it comes to getting kills after kills after kills. As we said, it feels like almost these players that are playing, whether they are bots or not, are numbers through his statistics. There's so many.
I'm going to say it very
yeah,
briefly, I think. Yeah, it's a playstyle thing. Like, Jeff respects that he's playing in a way that can transition into pro play very quickly. Hunter is doing what his name says, he's hunting. It's a high risk, high reward type of gameplay, but when it comes to raw skill, I think is similar. So yeah, like, it's a little bit of RNG here and there, but it will come down to playstyle, how they want to pace the game. When do they start getting aggressive or whatnot?
So I see that you like Jeff playstyle more, but you keep your fingers crossed for Hunter, yeah? Because it is all about this one game, and he can be the best between all the countries. And I mean, it must happen, yeah? Because when we are talking about Korea, about Spora, then Vietnam, Japan, yeah, and everyone was beating everyone. So yeah. There's a tradition.
It's like
right
passing the
now,
torch,
so
right?
It's like that, right? What's the point again? Is 760, right? Like, was it 760? Yeah, it's like someone getting, I remember, like 12 kills on the chicken, right? So we have a goal to meet. If they don't get a chicken, they can still win this. I remember in the early weeks of SkillzVault, right? Like Test 3, we've got someone who overtook the leaderboard by being second place, but that one kill that one kill difference that made a 10-point lead. So that can still be the possibility here, according to how the point system works.
Yeah, so we are waiting. I don't know which game will be the first one, but I'm waiting for Bruno Crash and Hunter, and I'm very happy to see that. It is possible to win the whole thing, but talking about Dragon and Falco, yeah, we cannot forget about those players. What do you think? Who will be on the third place and who will be last in today's finals?
I think Falco.
So Highland is smiling, so
Falco
will be the last one,
is probably going to be the last. I think you have to, with respect to Falco, there are parts of his play which could take him to third place, but again, it's this lack of aggressiveness, but then aggressive at the wrong times. And it's about the timing for Falco that I think is something that needs work when it comes to playing around the team fights, particularly with his teammates, which I think is going to be the difference maker here. Whereas you look towards Drago, he plays a lot better with his teammates, and I think a lot better with Narrant and Pawsey from what we've seen. So I do expect Drago to come out on top here.
All right, guys, but we cannot forget also about one thing, yeah? Hunter have been disconnected once, yeah? His phone was dead. So, you know, if it happened once today, it can happen in the final.
Don't jinx it, don't you say it.
It's not about jinxing. It's about actually making the preparation. God, this generation irritates me, but I don't know. Maybe Hunter is and the same generation, and who knows?
Oh no, I could just be like, actually, like Tarzan, you're older. Like you're just so old compared to me. Like you're like,
do my
like
face
1.5 times my age. Yeah. No, you look young as when you were a child.
Do you know why I say that? I'm not trying to challenge that because I've got a new camera, right? So like this, I'm on HT right now compared to before. It might have revealed my age more, or it can make me look even younger. So I don't know. What do you guys think? You like it? I'm still on about my purchases in the past week. Do you guys like it? Like texture is not
I like
certain.
it.
Yeah.
No,
I know, right?
no. I'm just looking. Yeah, I'm just looking because I have a screen right here, and I'm just looking for something, but I cannot see the
He's
the
looking for the
old guy
crazies.
face. I see a guy who is like 20 for me.
Woo.
Yeah,
See,
yeah.
I know,
I'm trying
right?
to cheat the world. I'm trying to scam
And
you
Highland
all.
Wolf, how old are you? Highland Wolf?
He's the same age as me if he's 20. that's bullshit.
All right.
That's how the relationship
Alright.
works. I'm like practically his dad,
Right.
but I
yeah.
need to have very early
Yeah.
development to do that. But
It's too early for being called daddy yet, Tarzan. Okay. It
well,
needs to
someone's
work.
called me that. Okay, that's getting weird. Let's bring me back somewhere else before we get to it.
All right. So what about this guitar thing? I think before the finals
I don't mind.
we should have some concert here.
I
Would
mean,
you mind?
It will
please,
be about
Tarzan?
the thing. I don't mind. What are we waiting for? Are we waiting for some games? I can do it after. We can do it in the virtual green room. I don't mind picking it up, but I just never, properly played it like this. So I don't mind.
You
Everyone's
just
got a
gotta-
first time.
Gotta get it, Tarzan.
Pick a song.
Go get a guitar. I want to.
Is it actually now?
Bruno Mars. Bruno
Am I
Mars.
actually going to-
You talked about Bruno Mars.
Bruno Mars.
Like,
I don't know.
yeah, I know, right?
Bruno
You were
Mars.
talking about it. You gotta do it in Portuguese.
Oh God, I'm scared now because the
You are
producer's not
moving
saying
on the
anything.
chair.
Is he trying to get me to do it or not? Are we just waiting for the game? They could. Okay, I don't mind doing it. We just need to find a good time to do it. What did he say? We're waiting for the game.
Yes, he said yes, but I don't know. We are
Yes
waiting
to
for
what?
the game, so he said yes. So I think yes to play.
Bruno's matching.
Once again.
So Bruno
Bruno's
Clash is
matching,
matching now. So we have
He's
to.
matching. Maybe on Tinder, so we have time. So let's go. So let's go with the guitar.
Okay. Like, are we okay? So here is
Oh, the SkillzVault branding. I like it, Tarzan.
SkillzVault branding.
Yeah.
And
Yes,
so, depending on what you want to hear, so I've got maybe. Wow, this is interesting. I'm going to maybe do a song that I like. Is a little bit of rearrangement of an Adele song. Not sure whether I can get it right.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Have you guys heard this song called "Hiding My Heart"? Kind of neat lyrics here.
No. But I will
Interesting.
hear it in a
You
moment.
you guys are not going to have it good, right? I started my days early. This is all excuse, but a lot of talking so far, so my voice won't be good. But here's the song, okay?
All right.
So this is how the story went. I met someone by accident who blew me away. Blew me away. And it was in the darkest of my days. You took my sorrow and you took my pain and buried them away. Yeah, bury them away. I wish I could lay down beside you when the day is done. Wake up to your face against the morning sun. But like everything I ever known, you disappear one day. So I'll spend my whole life hiding my heart away. Something like that. Hey, it's my first time singing
Oh
on
my
stream.
God.
I
Wow,
rated
wow.
all
Give
cats.
this guy a raise. Wow.
I know, right?
Professor
I know,
Tarzan.
I'm not here to sing. It sounded terrible, but thanks for making me
It
do
was it was actually very, very good. You know, I've closed my eyes and
Let's bring this.
I didn't know I'm in the studio right now. Yeah, that was really, really cool.
And there we go.
Professor. Yeah.
The first time seeing my
I'm
back
shocked.
as well. Why are you shocked? Do I not sound like
I'm
myself?
shocked. You know, you are a very talented guy. Yeah. First, you shocked us everything with saying some Chinese nicknames and translating it. Now you are picking a guitar and you're singing a song. Wow, I'm shocked, and I want to be shocked also about this game. Bruno Clash is ready, and his partner Hunter is also ready. So let's start the first final game in the series 2.
Oh, Tarzan, I have been waiting every single time since we started casting together for you to sing to me and play that guitar. Finally, it happens.
Oh yeah, it's
I
true.
feel like I'm in love. I feel like I'm in love.
I actually, do you know what? Like, it's actually so weird because I've never thought about casting before in my life, and I've always did a little bit of singing, but then I ignored that completely. Just like how Hunter just ignored the Mirror Island. He ignored the one. Okay, I'm going to bring this. I will continue with our story, right? But this is almost like the golden ticket for these players, right? You can play full aggressive on Mirror Island. If you die, you come back down. But you jump down, I feel like that is huge, right? It seems like Hunter and the side of Jeff as well have the history of getting, I don't know, at least 3-4 kills on Mirror Island. And now that is just not going to work. But what's working is maybe synergy. Bruno's like, I'm coming with you, mate. I'm coming back down with you. So I can continue with story. Like, I think that's the thing. I was busy with work and all that stuff. Stopped. A lot of my friends went to study music or whatnot. They're a lot more talented than I am, and it's only until then that I realized I have not, do any sort of singing like for a long time, focusing on how to improve my speaking voice. And that is not up to my standard at all. But I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it. Maybe at some point, I don't know when.
Don't you criticize yourself, Tarzan?
Hey, no,
you're
like,
criticizing yourself. I mean,
I'm not criticizing
you sing to me
myself.
now in The Lion King. Now that's like your core expertise, right? You sing some Lion King next.
No, no. I mean, I treat people who sing on The Lion King. That's what I do. Everyone's trying to. I feel like today is the last day, and everything has to come out. It's like I need to say my life story as well, and I don't mind saying it. I think I can put something behind my back as to why I say certain things, like the medical bits. But I love this. The 2-piece from Nimton Pulse. It's almost like it's taking him all day to warm up. It's 2-piece.
He's warming up. He's charging.
Do you know
his
why
lasers.
he's got this though? Do you know why he's got this though?
Oh, the backpack. It's a backpack.
There we go. Okay, you got it in the last bit. I really like it. Like anyway, so yeah, I mean, I am also a clinician. I specialize in performing arts medicine, and I work with performers mostly. So actually, in this coming month, it will be very interesting, right? Because we've got big gigs in casting. So that will be my morning till mid-afternoon. Then from mid-afternoon to night, I go to the theater because we are reopening the show. Yay! So I'm going to Dublin.
I'm gonna come see you, dude.
And
I'm gonna come watch.
Really? I don't think there's tickets anymore, but I can try to speak to Disney for you. No, it's also out. You're not the only one who wants to come see. We've got other colleagues. So, well, it's not my fault that it's sold out.
I could sing. I sing like a strangled cat anyways, so like I would fit right in with Lion King because they're all cats. So
what do you mean? There's literally another musical called Cats. They are not cats. What?
No, please don't put me in there, Tarzan. No, we don't want that one.
Well,
definitely not. I can't stick to casting. I'm super busy now, Tarzan.
Anyway,
it's no time.
I think, like it's weird, right? Like, I think today, like I've been on the spot the most, almost after that little bit of a thing. I never thought you guys are serious with the guitar thing, right? Like,
we were deadly serious.
I felt
like the energy was warming up. I felt like Testry was gonna hurt someone. If you did not take that guitar out,
no.
he
Yeah, no,
was-
he was.
he was
Like,
ready.
I think that song mellowed him down, right? I think if you
Right,
know
yes,
the
it was-
song,
true.
it's more upbeat. But I feel like if you look at the lyrics, it allows you to take it in a very soft way, and therefore the kind
Felt
of
like he found his
rearrangement, right?
heart.
So.
That's how
Oh
it gets
yeah, like
testy.
I'm hiding my heart. I think I used to sing the song with almost like a backstory, knowing what I want to sing or almost who I want to sing it to, and did not think about that at all. Like basically because I was like,
Wow.
when's the last time I played this? What's the next chord or whatnot? And but Valku is not finding it either. Like he's not finding his soul. Like after those early games, like point wise is a little bit terrible almost. And yeah, like lying on the top of one of the C buildings, not what you want to do. But that means Nimpomposi can take the spotlight, and he is doing exactly that with the headshot with the M416 holographic sight. Not my favorite, but it can still work perfectly.
My goodness, it's a third kill for him. I mean, he's searching for that teammate. It's not there, but he's grabbing number 3 anyways. And into Palsy, he's the one carrying Falco in this situation on the South Island. I actually think that, yes, it might have been that it takes him all darn day to warm up, but he's here. Tarzan, by golly gosh, is he here? And that's now what we wanted to see from Palsy, to actually step up and take that aggression, to try actually prove that also he can be that aggressive player when it counts. He's taking number 4. Falco's asleep on the top building, and then Tempowsy is like, wake up, man. There's number 4 kill. You're not going for it. You giving it to me, or do you want to take this money?
Like I feel like he's already at the club, right? Like he came in after like Saturday night dinner, and now he's like, okay, I've done my little bit of a jazz, and now we can like have some fun. And same spot. Why are these people feeding themselves to this young lad as he like, did he change his hair again? No,
It's
like the first time you said that, I was like, that's just rude. Like, it's like people telling me that my hair is changing, but it's just receding hairline every time they see me. So I don't like that. But Falco is for sure having a good time.
Bald is not shameful, Tarzan. Bald is not shameful. You can look pretty cool as bald.
Okay,
Like,
don't say that, because I actually don't feel like I don't want to even tap into the idea that is happening. I don't know whether it is, but I think to a certain extent it's it might be, which is a huge irony, because at the start of our casting journey together, we did have someone telling me that, hey, why do you have the cap on and whatnot, like you're balding. I said no, and then it just kind of potentially have started slowly and gradually from there. So I don't know how to feel. No, it's the stress. It's the stress of looking at all these players doing stupid things. But no, it's going to be maybe round 2 that we can maybe see Champions Island. Please. Maybe Jinx and Caitlyn this time.
Hope so. I hope so. They seem to be ignoring it. I feel like we've almost gone into the finals, Tarzan. I think this is what happened, right, in China, as it was in previous regions, where we actually came into the finals and aggressive players started becoming passive. And they started changing the way they played, almost as if they were scared to go too aggressive for fear of being taken out early.
Yeah. Yes. And you know what? This is the rhythm that we want. And I think the interesting thing here is, you know what? I'm going to say it based on what Testry told me before. Because we once was allowed to choose to say, do you want to go first or go last in these best of 1? Like, do you want to be the one who can just play, do your best and get out?
Always
or
first.
You want to be the person who know there's a bar, and then you just say, this is the target that I have to meet. I remember him saying that he wants to be the one, the latter one. So he will see how someone do and then know exactly what he has to do. And I'm more like the first person, but I'm not sure anymore. Like, I just feel like, I will still go, as the first one. I don't know why. How about you? Like, were you there when he asked that question? I think is it.
Oh,
actually
I was there. I was there,
question.
and I remember I said very firmly, and I stick to my guns actually now. Still, is first. I see the advantages that if you go second, and the first person goes out early, you can just hide. You can hermit and get the win, and that is an advantage in that sense. But also, the opposite side of the swords is that actually you end up in a problem if they get 20 kills on a chicken dinner, because how do you beat that? How do you have the confidence to beat that on the mental side of things too? So that is why I always think that going first is better, because if you go out early, well then you know you're done anyways, regardless, right? But if you get 20 kills and you have that big chicken dinner, you set such a bar that it becomes very difficult for your opponent to beat you, both physically in the game, but also try to best you mentally when you have created such fear around trying to beat you, especially.
Ooh. Well, we've got some news as well. Seems like Hunter's back to his favorite spot and started hunting again. And sometimes life ain't perfect, right? We're looking for the best in the tournament, and we have Hunter here who can't even charge his bloody phone. That's the sound. That's the sound that I made. But there's a silver lining. There is a silver lining, right? We talked about him, not just him, but if he is the one getting at least 770 points in this one game, then not only will he be the best in all the finals, then with that point, he will, for sure, win the additional prize of a best of the tourney, because it's about that total points through today that he's gotten as well. So we love that. I think is great system to consider the consistency through the day as well. So he's just 370 points off that. So the additional prize is he's not far at all. But to be fair, you can't use 370 points as the goal, right? Because that doesn't guarantee you a win of the tournament. I think that additional prize is just the cherry on the cake, when you actually know the huge difference comes in when you can be first place and not second place. So if he can just do this whole thing, man, then he will be doing a huge one for Brazil.
Nitapausi, though, he's on his own, Tarzan, as well, and he has to put out a huge effort. He's got 4 kills already, and I actually think that this is a game where Nitapausi has been allowed to bridge, and he could feasibly have a situation where he can farm more kills around this situation. He's inside the zone. He is allowed to be patient for at least about the next 3 to 4 minutes until does he then have to make a move. And during this time, he can actually pick up more kills. He can pick up these big points that we're looking for. It's certainly very possible, but I do think that I agree with you. Heading back towards the opposite side of these games, in the sense that Hunter, a lot rests on how aggressive he can be around these apartment sides, because he's going back to that comfort again when you say players trying to change their playstyle. I actually like that Hunter, although he was being passive at first, I would argue a bit too passive, again making the mistakes as well of leaving the mirror island. He is going to the comfort of apartments, and he's sticking to that location purely because he knows if he can have that easier time of knowing more about the map, knowing about how enemies will approach him, it is simpler to grab those kills overall.
I think sometimes, because we are approaching to almost the very end of the whole tournament, of course the last game will be the next round, like it's almost like a debriefing session. It's like you bring yourself all the way back to the start and think how things happened, back to basics or whatnot. You give it a name. It's being a good sport is what we realized, right? Like you play this game at your best ability. You can almost feel the passion of the players in the way they move and want to go around and all that. And Hunter is right up there. And there's no signs of toying with his food. nothing like that. Spray everything down that he can see. Can't say I've seen the biggest brain play. There's a lot of brute force, but it was done so quickly that it is simply works. But we all started like that. Sometimes that's also what we experience as in particular, Calicasters and sometimes coaching staff or pro players deeper in. You start to know what you don't know, or how much more things that you can remember to the finest details that you forgot some basics. You forgot how to have fun. You forgot how to do a lot of, these basic things. You start to overcomplicate it or whatnot. The way that Hunter plays reminds me of the purest state of playing a fun game of PUBG, right? It's shoot everything. Have some fun with your friends, being a little bit sloppy in time management, but also just have a buttload of fun. And gotta celebrate that. Load of kills. 11 right now. Man, that's 330 right there already. So a lot more to come potentially, and we'll see. Have a bit of an interesting finish with Heavens in the middle, and I could go over to mention if they want a bit of Yasna Pollyanna, but it's going to test long-range sprays for this type of circle, and Hunter for sure have shown consistency in that regard.
Ooh, am I a bad person for just wishing that they could just go straight to the Heavens and just sit on that island and spray everyone the heck down who tries to come in around the flats surrounding them? I think that wouldn't be a bad idea, to be fair, if they rushed it in. I think the only thing that stops them is that they are quite far away. So they have a long way to travel initially. They have already traveled the majority of that distance, but there is still that stopping that they've done on the entrance to the zone. I can understand why, because they're trying to search for these kills along that main road, of course, heading in, and they are nervous again heading over that road itself because it is so open. They're heading in towards that museum where we've already seen previously in our actual first game tonight, where you can be caught out quite easily if you are not paying attention to actually your surroundings, if you're not using that time to stop, pause, actually scout the location. So yes, you can be that run and gun player, but I appreciate that they stopped for that second, as much as it would be exciting just to go straight to the Heavens.
You know what? I completely agree. But as we speak, they're missing on that opportunity. I feel like there's one way to do the very nice. Just sometimes you think about that shift, and within a few seconds you make that decision. With this landscape, it requires them to drive basically a minute ago to one spot to scout for it. And if they've got two cars, one can bait, and then the other can just see if they can bait for a knock and then be aggressive. If not, then it's open, then we play Heaven like you said. I think I actually share the same idea if I'm in that game. But right now, there's no other ideas to share for Ninten Palsy. What a lonely time. Like, Valkus just say, oh, you guys say I'm going dead last. Yes, then I will make sure of that, right? So, dead last in appearing tonight on the event, and the earliest one to leave.
Mumflanker P. Mumflanker P. Tarzan. That's what I'll have to say.
Don't make excuse for this person. It's 100%
a Mumflank. It's Mumdiff. Mumdiff is what it is.
Mumdiff. Yes, it's what's real Mumdiff is the way that they are raised.
Wow. Oh,
it's true. Ooh,
wow. Falling down, Tarzan. That was a burn and a half. Yikes. I felt that one from hard. He feels that one halfway across the world, Tarzan. Poor if I was spicy.
Yeah, but that is kind of the type of burn that I do, right? I know, Mum Diff is the way that it was raised.
That's how hot that
was. It's like, ouch. But also correct. But we're going to draw away from that. It's like tonight's brought out a very different side almost of everyone, and is the perfect way to have the last day of this event. I can't bloody believe it. All you people who are listening from the green room as well, I'm not going to name them. How have we spent a few months together? What the heck? It's like 3 months or something. It's like 3 months. How have we put up with each other? I'm joking.
Wow.
It's actually just
I don't know how I put up with you, Tarzan. Oh my goodness gracious. But Testry, wow. I would just wish Testry would cast with me. I mean,
that's what I mean.
Tarzan guy, if only he could host and go away for ages.
I would love that, actually. Oi, stop shooting my guy. And that is the backpack coming.
Can I have a serious conversation, Punio? I know we're talking about, talking about getting rid of Tarzan. We're offing him.
I like that. But Ninten Palsy, I feel like he's like back to his pure state as well. It's like before all these hype happened, it was me and some games I play it alone. I feel like I'm this boy who may not have friends. We're back here. It actually is extremely calm. Thanks to this guy called Falco who made me realize that I can still play this game, and I'm almost towards the end zone. Is that the car? Look at me, going back to looking at my back, like the good player that I am with the awareness.
I feel like you're in this backpack, Tarzan. This backpack you need to get it. That's like your Christmas present. That's like your
if
Christmas
I am
present.
his backpack, that is the real definition of a backpack.
Wow.
Div. How can, if I am your backpack, are you joking me? I will nag you all the time until you succeed.
Imagine.
Yeah,
That's
I am the type of if I'm a backpack.
Games.
Cool. No, like if I get knocked, you can. It's just a button away. That's the beauty of PUBG right now. And
no, it's the home screen button, and it's to swipe up on PUBG Mobile. That's the only button that's useful when you die, Tarzan. There's no winning the game anymore.
Well, no. Let's twist that, because hey, you can still win the game when. To help your teammates win the game. When
I actually won a game on stream once. I was very proud. It's the only game I've ever won solo. Yes, on stream. It was the only game. Yes,
I've never seen you stream.
The rare occasion of my poor Wi-Fi connection to stream is why I realized I have not streamed again more than once. But I streamed once and I won a game of PUBG. It was brilliant. I loved it every second, despite how choppy it was. I approve.
Yeah, I'm going to force Testry to follow me on Instagram and put me on his stream now. I'm going to use this audience and I'll try to
Testry run.
Testry run. It's like you guys are on your own. He's gone, right? What's before he streams any? Was it GTA that he's done? No, you know what? I actually didn't know. I just happened to find out that he was streaming that yesterday. Oh, but yes, Naya. Ooh, run away because the high ground is strong, but they want to take the fight.
He is going to take the fight indeed. And we've got a duo here of Bruno Clash and Hunter. He's going to go over the wall though. Hunter he can't dip that one though. He's got tiny little legs, not quite enough. There we go. That's second try. We'll get over the top inside the museum. He searches for the kills. He finds one. Assassinates him from the back. He can't turn quick enough. Ghost. And that will be 15 kills for him. Tarzan. Are we approaching possibly the new record that we talked about? There's only 5 players remaining. Bruno Clash has got 0 kills, but he's got the ultimate assist award, I think, to give every single one of these kills over to Hunter to give him the best opportunity to win this, of course.
I'm trying to do the math already. So from 5th to 1st place is 80-point difference, but the 3 kills that he got extra, compared to the old record, will give him 90 points. 90. So he is officially the champion, the global champion of the SkillzVault tournament. Thanks to our quick mats, it came through.
Your quick
but you know what?
Your quick mats.
My quick mats. And thank you. And right now, let's pull out a little bit of Bazooka. How about that? Grab every airdrop. Nope, we'll bait that first. See, that is why he is just better, mate. And we thought he might not be tested enough in his qualification, but now you can see the basics are there. and still maintaining is still be yourself and continue to be pushy. As I will beat you if you don't get into a car. As we just go back to this natural form of communication in PUBG, as he's trying to find his last kill to get that last chicken dinner to be the well-deserved champion of SkillzVault Season 1.
We're hunting them down. Chicken dinner is what you need for a fairy tale ending. Through 30 streams, Tarzan, 5 different regions, but it came down to the final moments of Hunter and his final game to secure us that top spot. There is a possibility, though. There is a possibility, right, that Jeff could come in and steal it. I'm not going to lie to you, Tarzan. It's very slim. It's very slim. He's gonna need the best game we've seen, Quan Kun style of game.
I completely forgotten that Jeff could still have a chance.
He still could.
That is how.
Wow, it's a zero faith in Jeff.
Painful.
Jeff, I have to apologize. I have faith in you. It's okay. I will transfer the faith points over to Jeff.
Okay. Yes, you know what? I need to apologize because it's like, hey, it's not even my turn yet. They've already announced that someone has won. But here is maybe that last kill, and he does. Okay, so
He's won a
let's do
match.
those math right there. But, I mean, 17 kills and the chicken dinner. Quick maths, can you do it? Am I testing you?
400 plus another 300 for 700 for 10 kills plus 210. So he's got 910 points, I believe, Tarzan. Is that good enough maths for you? Yes.
Yes.
I used my
very
elementary
decent.
School maths.
It's very
I split it up. My teachers told me if I split it up, then I can do the sums easier. So that helps me because, as I said, my brain is very tiny. It can only hold so much storage at one time. It's like one of those old naughty.
Your RAM was gone.
It's overloaded. It overclocked, Tarzan, but I don't have overclocking on me, so we can't overclock.
And it's good to see this. I mean, Interposi really showing that he's got it. I mean, you can see the mechanics as well. Like, not everyone do this, right? Like, you crouch when you heal and move around as you check surroundings as well. That is very good to see. I think it's very good to see. I think when it comes to be fair, like, just mechanics, of course, like, it would be him being a better one compared to Brilliant Clash, but you never know. It could be about these other elements that we talk about, right? Like being able to motivate your teammate or whatnot. It didn't speak. Maybe his presence, right? Like maybe he's so well known that people know it's him that I'm playing with, so I'm gonna perform better. And you never really know. But we still have that round after, and that is. It stings, right? Like towards this end game, it's like he is the star, but he is also not supposed to be the one who's getting the spotlight, because like it's the difference between the players, right? But Valku is nowhere to be found and back into lobby or wherever he is. So this is a statement,
right?
That this person
he's done it himself.
Making.
I think that you have to accept that Nanton Parisi, we wanted him to do well. We thought that Bruno was a better player, but actually I think that in a way, in this one game, yes, Bruno is providing Hunter with all of these assists, but Hunter's doing a lot of work and a lot of carrying himself, whereas Nanton Parisi, he's had to do everything himself from moment one. I mean, Falco wasn't there, so every kill, everything he's done in this game has been 1v2 the entire time, and his zone is not easy at that. It's heading into what is a game, those open, flat hay bales inside around Gecko Fields. It's so difficult to navigate, especially, of course, as that solo player. You have to be so patient, so careful. You know, the restraint, it's been there from Nanton Parisi. He's showing this, and you can see again trying to flush out the possible locations, where those players might be in. I think he spotted it. You think he's got to find a kill? Yes, he does. Tarzan, he grabbed it. You can see the fist bump in the air, because that is 10 kills and a chicken dinner for Nanton Parisi, all solo done. Great, fantastic work from Nanton Parisi, and exactly what I wanted to see coming through from him. I wanted to see that good result.
Ooh, you know what else I want to see? Whether I have celebrated too soon for Hunter. And you know what? I want to be wrong in that, because let's set the bar even higher, right? And I mean, then in that case, they both get something. Like, unless Jeff just go completely off the chart to take over that record as well. I mean, after all, those 2 games from Series 1 made Hunter a very, very wealthy person when it comes to points. Like 1,800 is a lot, right? Jeff is like several hundred points below that. So it's going to be very hard if he needs to chase in both. Let's just focus on winning that one. But 910 is the bar right there. And
Huge. It's like,
It's
what,
huge,
250 points? Like,
But on the other hand,
150 points, yeah.
you know what? On the other hand, we do have some fun. Like when we see Dragon, because there's no competition. Like he can't go. Can he be worse than Falco, who is AFK? As we finally
he
see
cannot.
this. Look at this. How sick is this plane? Like, this is what you see in arcane mode, and I'm so glad that we captured this time. Let's go. Last round of SkillzVault. Of those 20 plus broadcasts, 25 I believe, all across, and down to this one,
First,
Real Clash
yeah.
saying, "Woo, let's go."
Yeah, it's what we had 20, yes, 25, 20 different qualifiers, 25 different finals in total, 5 different regions from all across the world, all across Asia, and of course Brazil to close it out. The final curtain call, as Jin would say, the final game to settle everything that we've seen inside of SkillzVault.
This is tricky though. Let's talk about early game. Drive straight into it with the analysis. With the Vector DP, the problem would be the reload time on the DP and also clip size of that Vector early on. So another weapon will be much needed. But after all, these early M762 ammo is doing so much damage. Hitting them in the head though, causing some damage to the level 3 helmet that he eventually have to wear. Both players a little bit split right now, so could be the reason that they may fall.
I think, though, you have to, of course, again, go back towards Jeff, right? And just showing that he can, as a solo player, still carry. And you can see him already searching for those kills. He knows what he has to do, right? He has to get the chicken dinner plus 17 kills. He has to do better than 910 points. And I think he's going about it the right way, of course, using everything he can. And that includes what we actually didn't see from Hunter, using the Mirror Islands and actually being able to grab an early head start when it comes to kills before, unfortunately, dying or jumping off and having to actually start in the real game of PUBG after.
Ooh, that's interesting though. Like he finished 2 not players. So are those not on the same team? I thought they were playing duo. Unless they're playing duo squad, that would be different. And finding a cheeky one right here as he takes his 4th, and that will be like we expected. The much needed start right here, and that's also, remember, that is Hunter getting those 910 points without starting. When he
That's what's insane.
The Mirror Island.
He didn't even use Mirror Island. He did it quote-unquote legitimately. But you, again, have to use the resources given to you. And this opportunity given to, I think, Jeff is too good to pass up. With those 4 kills already, searching for even more. He looks to find a knock. He has found number 5. Bruno should give it over to him. And that will be 5 confirmed kills already for him. He is over a quarter of the way there to his goal. Of course, keep in mind, he still has to come out with a win. Other than that, he has to then get more kills to counteract the loss in points from not getting first place. So, despite what he does now, he has to have the consistency through the entirety of the 25 to 30 minutes or so.
Ooh. I feel like I baited myself into announcing someone. It's like, when I got the info, it's like, if he gets this, he wins the whole thing. I'm like, oh yeah, and I went with that. Jesus, like I got baited by my friends, but I could actually could have helped myself there, right? But right here, Jeff got no friends close to him as he takes a 6, no problem. Look at all these resources in front, and that will be key into I think this is just so key. Like, it could be just right here, and I want to go back. Right, I announced Hunter whatnot. He will get his bit right for getting a point record across the final day. Right, that's the additional one. But I do still feel like Jeff is the type of player that we are looking for, that we tend to celebrate as well. And you can see he feels like he's done his job on the Mirror Island. I think is exactly what he's thinking. And then the killing continues, and that's none other than Pachinki, where he continues that journey.
Well, this is the important part, right? Because although you could try to search for those extra kills, maybe there's 1 or 2 left on that Mirror Island, you could say, well, it's useful for me to go get them. On the other hand, actually, by staying on that Mirror Island, you are losing the opportunity to get kills elsewhere, inside the mainland wrangle. And I think it's a smart decision to get those 6 kills and immediately, if you can't spot one more, get off the island, go towards Pachinki, go towards one of these main cities that are close towards you, where you're most likely going to find more kills available to you.
Exactly. And I actually love the fact that there's still, okay, no, it's the wrong game. Like, I was thinking, there's still 100 players? Was that what the Mirror Island effect? Nope, sorry, it's the other game. And they do learn Pachinki, though. So this is the quote-unquote old school hot drop, right? It's either this or school in season 1. There's no other. And then they are coming in here. Let's see whether they can hold it down. It's fierce, though, the competition as ever in this town. As you can see, Pistols getting tapped already. Dragon gets his first knock.
1 for the start of the final game for Dragon, but 9 already for Jeff. It is going to be number 10 as he turns around, tries to find a shot. He's taking a little bit of damage, but it's not good enough. You need more shots than that, my friend, and Ange Joms will be the double digits for Jeff. He, you can tell, is doing exactly what we saw in Vietnam. I will hint back to it one more time, where you drive around the map, Tarzan, and you just go for kills.
Well, it's pretty good so far. You know what? Yay, let me be wrong. Let me have the best blooper in announcing the wrong winner. Because Jeff, we love Jeff, and his name is Jeff. And then, also just great player. And right now, it's more going onto his plate. And you know what? I like it. Let him win. Make Hunter feel bad for dropping off, slipping from the Mirror Island. Is the small things that count. I've said this phrase, I don't know, right? Like team production. Said this like 100 times. Like, I'd say that would be fair to say, actually, 100 times. This is my phrase. It's about the small things. It's not wrong. It's not wrong.
It's true. It is
Get a tattoo
grabbing.
on your chest for that one.
Ooh,
about grabbing.
every little helps.
It's about grabbing. Excuse me, sir. Why are you going with that?
Oh, well, I was going to say, Tarzan, that... No, I was seriously going to say that actually it is about grabbing every opportunity that you can take when it's given to you. If you have the opportunity to get these kills, have a second life. Very, very close indeed, right? Bruno is in the vicinity, so it wouldn't be over if Jeff did lose. Bruno is there to cover, but he definitely needs to heal. He's in a little bit of a predicament with no real health to take this fight, and he keeps cancelling the first aid kit himself, so I'm not really sure. Yes, he finally gets it off what he was really planning to do there. I think he heard the shots, wants to reposition, make sure he doesn't get caught from behind. But now he's back in on form, hunting one more. 11 kills already, Tarzan. We're not even past halfway point of this game. It's possible, and you can see in which way he is playing. He's going through from city to city. He's making sure that by going compound to compound, yes, it's riskier because he's approaching a little bit of a trickier way to approach. It's a little bit of a trickier way to approach the game because you don't have as much vision as you would had you been going around in the open, because players, of course, can naturally be hidden away inside the alleyways and inside those four walls of the buildings. But outside, he plays it right. He finds now his 12th kill, finds even more knocks. Jeff continuing, but Bruno is down, so he has to be a little bit respectful here. He does need his teammate back on form. He will go towards him.
It's about the second player, though. Like, you get one player, where's the teammate? This is where that split second of info of Bruno's location, if it's pinpoint by the knock player, or the one that Jeff killed, it could have been disaster, right? And you can see he spotted the Overwatch, and that will be the finish coming through. 13th kill, Bruno Clash needs to heal right now, cannot properly support, but Jeff could go a little bit too far, I feel like, with this aggression. Now, after all, we've seen the level in this lobby so far. He almost got taken down earlier when he approached the Pachinki Church, and this is where he needs to slow down and know how to do things with less effort. Is to exact that one point that we mentioned about this player, and I want him to maintain that state.
It's about not going in, not trying to be baited inside of the city, because again, you talk about this problem of not knowing where you could be surprised from. There's so many different angles when you enter in the city that you could just be popped, especially as you go in as solo player. Bruno Clash slightly further behind or slightly too far ahead, and we've seen this problem before. We've seen actually Jeff make these mistakes before inside of those qualifying games. However, they will go further in. This time they take the buggy. I think it is more important that they do it this way because you have more versatility in coming in faster, more time than to make use of buildings that you can use for your own protection. However, again, patience shown, and by taking now up the stairs, there's no one there, but we know that they're building to their left. There is certainly going to be someone potentially there.
Oh, it's still Pachinki. Like, I just feel like this is where legends were born, like in the earlier days. And if we think about the start of any game as well, like or tournament, like whatever you want to say, like, but I'm gonna stick with the game, right? Like the start of this game, there's this phase where whoever were there first at the start and be quicker in learning the game, they were some of the legends we've seen today, right? Like blowing up to millions of subscribers or whatnot, and being in the scene first to have the first fans getting one of the earliest tournaments. You can never go back and get the first, be the first champion of a particular, let's say, PMCO, right? Like that's over. And right now, when we enter the phase of almost saturation, is actually extremely interesting. People don't understand saturation. Yes, it might be based on fame, becoming the GOAT of something, the greatest of all time, but the game itself and the space to grow is still massive. It's so massive. When we look at some of these teams and the map presence and the map knowledge, there's so much details that you can chew and churn on that there's actually still a lot. And this is what I love about this game. As we see, Jeff right here with the bait. That is not how you want to do that one. And that is the quick death. And that is him gone. It will be Hunter who does it. And the punishment upon the over-aggression.
He couldn't find the kills, Tarzan.
Wow.
That's the problem. The strafe was just a little bit too much for the vehicle, and the spray was not there in time. I think he did, as you rightly say, go too hard. You could say he didn't have a building to retreat to. You could see the way that he had to move out the way in particular because of the fact that they initially even tried to run him over in their entrance. It's that problem, of course, Tarzan. It does cost him his potential. He was on the road, 14 kills. It could have been 16 if he was able to close out that duo. Alas, we do know now. Hunter, with 910 points, Tarzan. It's going to be impossible to beat.
That's the thing. Oh, I feel so... You know what? I will continue. I need to continue to keep my bar. Right. The bar is there. Jeff did something that is actually very typical of players who are on a rampage. In my coaching days, or in my IGL days, that's the person that I would tell, Jeff, slow down. You need to calm down a bit. Okay, slow down first, then we win. Yeah, like, is that one phrase that you need to tell a player like that? You can see the signs. Like, he suddenly forgot about a lot of the good things that he has. That's separates him from the rest of the pack is a controlled aggression. Is to not let loose of making use of cover, but he didn't. He stood in the middle of Pachinki. He did. You can already see the signs, right, coming through into more aggressive and almost blunt pushes that sets himself up for missing the title of this, region. And I'm sad. I hope you are, because you're my friend and you should share my pain. But it's also
I empathize with the sadness. I think though, I think that the one good thing was that we did see some forms of good skills coming through from Jeff. You saw the way in which they were strafing right, left and right. You saw the way in which they were particularly smoking too. They were smoking. I think smarter, in some sense you could smoke to block vision of windows. I think in the way that they actually smoke the ground is, that'll be a headshot coming in, but the helmet will protect it. Not anymore with the spray of the bullet, so Dragon grabs himself the 8th, but I digress back to the fact that smoking that ground was better for Jeff because he can still see in the windows, yet the people inside the windows cannot see Jeff because he is behind that smoke wall. And that is the crucial difference when you're trying to scout if someone is there or not. It is much better to offer a little bit more protection to yourself.
Yeah, and I mean, he's done that. Like, to be fair, we've seen the player done that. Like, it in his game before as well, right? Like, he's landed the smoke on the edge preemptively. Like, he was the safe one. He was the one who I feel more connected to. He's the one who had the backup before things went wrong. Like, but then we lost that connection, and then he lost his game. And alongside much prize money, and right here, of course, with Dragon with 9 kills against the AFK from Falco, this is for sure on your screen the 3rd place of the Brazilian region for SkillzVault. The rest of this is a show match. We start with the double spray, the 2-piece quick right there, and we just want to have some great fun because this is, guys, the last from us as well for this season to say. Did you guys hear what I did before? I said SkillzVault season 1 as if there's a season 2, but I'm
Yes,
winking
the sequel.
already.
That's what we do, right? Like, we should close the stream and have the credits, but then we have to reopen the stream for like that after credits scene. Okay, that's what we need to have Tarzan. We do it in every film these days. We have to do it.
True.
That is like the big brain move. That is like when you combine the backpack, the mum diff, and also team diff all together in one. That is what you get when you have the after scene credits to introduce the SkillzVault Season 2. That's how powerful it is, okay? It's like instant. It's a nuke. It's like if
good.
nukes existed on PUBG.
Yes.
And as everyone died. That is the power of those 3 combined.
Yes, for sure. I mean, it's almost time to recap the many hours we were on this broadcast, and we have a quick, it's not like the B-roll, but you get what I mean. It's like a quick recap for sure, almost like a mental slideshow. I've got, of course, our dear friend Sandstorm, who left me alone on the first bloody broadcast. Jesus Christ. But then he came back and we had a lot of fun. And we had a lot of fun counting guns in each class. We argue. I will always miss his voice effect in his response to my love for the VSS and his pain when people don't pick up the AWM. So he would love to be here to see Dragon do this last one. And then the many more, right? We've seen people getting killed, when being shot in the fingers, and Testry and his jokes and his
like, could you imagine being
killed?
shot in the finger? That is like more pain than death.
Well,
in the pinky, could you imagine?
Yes.
Ouch. The pain,
Well,
like right on the edge of your hand, so much.
You know what? I'm going to, with that, actually make something educational because there's something when we study neuro science or neuroanatomy called the homunculus. It's actually a small model that is almost like fictional. Yeah, but the homunculus, there's the sensory and motor homunculus, and the size of the body parts on the homunculus for both the sensory and motor parts show how much, connections the body has to those parts, right? So what you realize is, homunculus actually has really, really huge hands because our hands can actually have a lot of sensations and accuracy because we've got a lot of neural connection to that area, and that model of the homunculus shows that. Of course, it will be to some more private parts as well. I mean, it's fine, we're all grown up, we can talk about it, and then that's why you can see some very small parts. Yeah, like big boy on big other parts now. Or whatnot, and for sure. And always big hands on both because fine control in the motor one and very fine details. Big paws, yes, and the big paws are important because there used to be a test that we do in people having maybe brain issues, and it would be interesting to see actually could be an indicator of whether someone's a good gamer or not, is what we call 2-point discrimination, where someone would put two small pins, not to poke it through, but a very gentle, sharp object to start from both tips being together and tap maybe on your finger and slowly move apart, and they have to say yes when they start to feel like they feel 2-point on your skin instead of 1. So there's certain tests even in medicine that we do that can show how sensitive someone can be in the fine control or sensation, and I have to say something along those lines, those could be the parameters and conditions to tell whether someone's gifted in the esports.
I feel like I need to try this myself. This could answer my future esports career, KickW. Like, if I ever went pro in PUBG, but then I found out that was the reason why. It was because I am naturally gifted, quote unquote. Naturally special.
I feel like
that's what they tell me. I'm naturally special. That's what they tell me.
You know what is actually
special,
interesting because
special wolf.
Because you've seen me run some teams, you've seen me play in some teams and coach teams. Like sometimes I do feel like there's a certain standard, a series of tests that you can do to see whether someone can fit in a team. Of course, you've got stuff like MBTI for like personality. We've seen a huge amount of personalities through this tournament as well. Like we start with people like Bazua who are more flashy, but then do sometimes funny stuff. And we've seen some like just fine, well-tuned machine that has no time for nonsense, right, or for mistakes. And we've got those who are controlled, but then when the passion takes over, can go too far, like Jeff that we saw today. And so it's the same in esports, like team creation. You look at people's comparative strength and weaknesses as well as character and see how we fit them together. And sometimes there's actually so many tests, I feel like, to find out whether someone would fit, would not fit on the ground right there, will get run over by Dragon as he take his 12. So very good effort here in that late game. And you know what? I don't know whether that makes sense. I feel like it's actually extremely interesting to maybe for teams to start to have some more standardized tests to find out the quality of someone beyond the skills, right? Like testing, oh, this is the test of perseverance or a test of tenacity. So it seems like it doesn't matter how much skills this actual person has, but that is a good sign of maybe growth, right? And being non-toxic, maybe. And of course, the AWM that we were waiting for. The 2-tap.
Just the one-shots. It's one-shots everywhere, Tarzan. It needs to hit the ones in the back anywhere. As long as they don't have a level 3 helmet, there is no surviving it, Tarzan. That is the power of the AWM. And I understand why, finally getting to see it in action, why Sandstorm loves this gun. And I almost feel it's fitting, right? It's like a little bit of Sandstorm in amongst the final game.
It's great, right? Like, his presence is with us. and I would let him know that this is over. And to be fair, like there's a lot that I personally really enjoy SkillzVault. I still remember, and it's almost like an apology, not really, but I'm so used to having full lobbies or really, really good players. It's very easy for me as a caster to say, what is this number that we are seeing? What are these spots? Like but then you're bound to have a bad time. So in the early weeks between me and Sandstorm, we start doing these things where we make use of our cognitive flexibility, have like a lot of creativity through the time, and we promise each other and ourselves that we are going to have a good time. We will find our way to make it. And you know what? I have so much inspiration from the interviews with Testry. Yeah,
I know, right?
But we are
so
getting
you have
there.
to mention Testry. Like Testry is love, is life,
And when we talk about love or whatnot, like I like the swing that he brings in when he said, "Oh, you're basically sometimes practically killing a man if you shoot his hand." So to kill someone shooting his hand is not wrong because maybe he is single and whatnot. Yeah, I cracked up so hard. It was so funny that like he he thought of that. Of course, also his a small obsession over very skilled female players. He would be furious right now, but we are for sure celebrating the successful esports females. Of course, they are very important in our industry as a lot of character, a lot of talents, to be fair. And this past competitive year for PUBG Mobile have shown that as well. They are sirens to say the least, right, for the European region. And wow, we've been talking about all these things around the topic. A lot of knowledge or whatnot, a lot of depth, but a lot of emotions as well as we enter the later circles. And it's painful, right? Like we talked about fingers, go to hospital. We will get you healed, and this will be the center of the zone, seems like.
It's still, though, constant searching for players. One-shotting him with the ADAPUM. Is this too aggressive, though? Do we then say the same thing, right, towards Dragon? Is he being too aggressive in the way that he's playing? Is it better to potentially, with that AWM, just to stay stealthy inside of buildings? Because I feel like, yes, it's great to try to players, try to understand more of your surroundings, but then I think that also if you've got the AWM, you can just stay in the middle of the zone and just wait for everyone to come to you and tap them.
Ooh. Okay. Found another one who is called Bruno.
Oh, there's another one there, Tarzan. He's running away.
Well,
you got him. You got him.
That is a
I thought he'd miss.
Headshot. He got it.
I thought he would miss there, Tarzan. I was nervous. It was shaking.
Well, once again, then we can see how good Dragon is as a player, and the issue with just one mistake in that second game, right? We've seen it. Like, that was painful to watch, and now he's here. And you know what? We can talk about his AWM or whether over aggression. Like, there's really just two school of thoughts here, I feel like, for this. What's happening on the screen right now? One, Dragon already knows he is the third place, so he's having some fun, which I would ask you later on. If you were him, how would you play this game, knowing that you
I would hide. I would
be
hitting Tarzan in like a building. This is how I play.
Okay,
PUBG.
fair. Okay, but the second school of thought is going out with pride, right? So we try to win this one as well. Like, if you just have to choose, would you try to have as much fun or almost meme a little bit, or try to win? Like, you can only get to choose between these two first. Okay, then you have the open question to follow up, but you need to choose first.
It depends, right? It depends, because if I'm alone, I probably hide on my days. That's just disgusting, Tarzan. The close range agent,
the gun.
But if I was with you, I feel like I would have the confidence to just say, let's go run it down into mid. And we're going to make sure that we just find everyone exactly like Dragon is doing. Because I think that it is also, to be fair, quite fun, quite fun indeed, just to be able just to absolutely not care whatever you are doing and just try to find those shots.
Is that two people running in the same building, but they didn't even look like they are teammates? He's running away. Like some of these this bloody game, dude. I love it.
Oh, yeah. It's in different regions as well, Tarzan, as well. You just don't get this in some regions, different regions, especially, of course, when you look towards China. It's very sweaty, the regions. I'm not going to lie to you, Tarzan. The lobbies feel a little bit sweaty. I do enjoy, as much as I love to watch pro gameplay, I do enjoy just the stupidest and silliest of things. Just for the memes. Just for the memes.
Hey, you know what? Like, I actually thought these two were bots, but no. Like, they actually crawled down for the revive. He just got a juicy headshot and push at the right time. So, a very, very solid 1v2 in that mid-range engagement turning into CQC. So, gotta give that one to Dragon. And, you know what? We did have different circumstances that led him into this situation, but we have not seen someone more than 21 kills after Quankum. So this could be a good record, a good way to end this tournament.
At least he would be getting the most points ever in a final. Now, my question is, so Tarzan, if he gets more points, does this mean he takes over from Hunter? Or can he not, because he isn't in the winning side? Now, there's a question for you.
Well, you know what? Mathematically, impossible, right? Like 20, he gets every kill, 26 kills. Not enough to make up of the points that he missed from that game two.
No, but in a single game. In a single game.
Yeah,
just in the finals.
But there's no prize for that. There's no prize for that. And that's it. Wow. That's over.
That is it indeed.
On the hills.
They all died.
On the hills.
They all died, Tarzan, instantaneously. And he's like, what? I don't get any more. I win the game, 21 kills. I mean,
irony.
It's
the irony.
It happens how it happens. But 21 kills still matches Grande when it comes to that chicken dinner with the most points ever achieved in one game by SkillzVault, but achieved by a player, no less. And I think a suiting, fitting, perfect way to also end, of course, the end of SkillzVault. Season 1, you know, Season 2, hi? Like, you know? I think that to be fair, I think that it is suiting to have the biggest score from a player as our final game.
It's great to see. I think today we've seen a lot of storylines. I think like through how the points were being tracked, the types of plays that we are seeing, also issues that we have through the day as well. So packed with colors, and of course, after seeing the many colors of his suit selection, we have to bring back Mr. Testry.
Yes, hello guys, hello again. What a final, gentlemen. Yes. Fight to the very end, new records, great skills. I think this is all about SkillzVault is, and I like it so much. We have a new record, we have a new winner. Hunter is on the freaking top. Tradition.
Congratulations.
This SkillzVault tradition. So yeah, actually Hunter is the best player in SkillzVault. Yeah, and there is no another qualifiers. We will invite our viewers. Yeah, this is the last time we see each other. So Hunter is the best in this edition, of course. So he will get additional.
I like what you did there.
Thousands of dollars.
I like it.
In this edition, right?
In this edition, yes. So Hunter will get the additional prize money in thousands of dollars in Bitcoin Vault. So congratulations, Hunter. The best guy. And I have information who is on the second and on the third place. Maybe Maybe you, Highland Wolf, want to say that? You have
We know
Discord too, yeah?
Overall, not just in its
Dude.
region, because it's Hunter, and then it's got to be Jeff, right? And then you get Dragger, and then
Yeah.
you've got Falco in 4th place for this region.
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. So we are not surprised, yeah? For example, Highland Wolf is not surprised because when we started the show, I asked you, what do you think, who is going to win? And you said Hunter. You said Hunter.
I know.
Yes.
It's a
You know
wolf
who
factor,
I
that's what it
picked?
is. It's just wolf diff.
When I slam the table and say blind faith and blind bet, I pick Falco, and then I trash him so much that I don't know what to say. But
I feel like
that's some
you
drama for your
both say-
Saturday night. It's no problem.
It's not your fault,
I mean,
Professor. It's not your fault.
Oh, yes, it's not. And you know what? I did the best out of there. I taught a person something, maybe, if that is the angle. But hey, still, although I say that, the talent, at least mechanically, from the player is there. Just needs some good coaching, a good experience to maybe bring him on
Better
the right
Wi-Fi.
path, and that is
Yep.
what we like it. Oh, good Wi-Fi.
All right.
Yeah. So, but yeah,
I will
it's been
translate
a
that.
blast.
I will translate that, Professor. Just DM me on my Twitter, and we will figure it out how to play better. Yeah, because you are a coach too. Yeah. So, but I also remember what you said when we first met, and you said that Brazil will be one of the best countries. Because we are saying
Yes.
China, we were saying Korea, yeah, we were saying maybe Vietnam, yeah, there are a lot of very talented players, but you said Brazil,
Yes.
Brazil, and now I know why.
Yes.
Hunter is the best player in SkillzVault, yeah.
I think there's a
I
lot.
think
Tarzan
he-
confirms. Tarzan confirms.
No.
It
I've
was
got
actually
a
Hunter all
third
along.
I have 3 phones charged up. That can't be me.
Wow,
But-
it's been playing with 3 accounts, don't Tarzan?
Hey, but it is interesting. I think continuing with what Testry said, it was correct. I did mention Brazil or China at that, and we've seen the reasons why. I think although it's a very different way to be kind of at the top when we look at just stats, right? But it's not as competitive as China. But what I said about that region of Brazil was the passion from the players, and you can see a lot of that, like through qualification. Like a lot of them just play to their best, but it's not just that. It's like you can see them trying to get the most out of situations, which sometimes you actually don't see, and that's what I like about them. And you see in their teams as well on the pro league, like the way that they play is always with a lot of heart. You don't feel like they are giving up, because we have seen those guys a lot. You know, like even in pro players, like they have an issue, then they almost stop doing the next right thing. But Brazil's not that, and we see it in SkillzVault as well.
Yeah. But you changed the topic. That was a beautiful words, but you changed the topic. Highland Wolf just said that you were casting and playing, and I will say that I saw today that you are doing something with your hands and singing. So
That's
I
why
think
they're
you
not
could,
talking.
you could.
That's why the influencers aren't talking, Testry, because they can't talk. Because if they talk with Tarzan, then it gives it away, right? So.
Oh my god.
All right. So maybe in the next edition, if there will be one, we will see Professor on the field taking all.
Maybe.
Taking all the money, and the next Black Friday will be like very, very good for you. Yeah, it will be like you said that
Everyone's
that this week was 4-digit number. So in the next year maybe there will be 5 or 6-digit number.
I've done things. It's
It's
hard. Like I know I've done that, but after all, I actually am a first, like trying to be organized as a person, but then I'm quite minimalistic. I don't like to own too many things if I don't if I can't take care of them. Everything that I got this time is being put to good use and to protect the value of other things. For example, I've got certain cases to protect all my gear, got a suitcase to make sure I don't break my mic, got a gun to make sure I don't break my body. So it's all about that. It's actually not just huge spending, it's spending it wise that eventually save you money and make you live a better life. So maybe there will be a big purchase. You're not wrong. We will see then. But then when you invite me, don't be surprised if I say no. Just show me the prize pool and I may see you in a different.
All right. So, Professor, please sum up this entire adventure.
Right. It's a marathon. I think it's I can't find the words right now. It's variety. It's learning. It's a lot of adaptation. I think for both like staff wise, casters, players, is colors. It's full of colors, and I love it. And I think that is the thing. It has colors because it's different. And when things have a lot of colors, it can't be dull, right? And then see all these beautiful art as well. We've got changes, right? Like we've got different form to give our prize pool as well. Colors in the graphics through now in the form of NFT as well from Bitcoin Vaults. So it's colors, and you just got to be happy with that.
Beautiful words at the end of this journey. And what was SkillzVault for you, Highland Wolf?
Oh man, it was going from Germany to the UK now. Just kidding. It's been a journey, and I think that, to be fair, crossing from one country to another is almost a microcosm of what it has been a journey in SkillzVault. Like we're going across different countries, we're going across different playstyles, different cultures in a way too, and what PUBG means to these different players overall. I think we've seen also what it means to the different influences and a taste of what they love to do and how or why they love to play PUBG Mobile and what that game means to them as you ask every single one of them. I think that now, coming it to an end of SkillzVault, I think that we get a better view of not just ourselves as we said, staff and improving, but also seeing the improvement of the players and seeing the differences in the improvement and variety that each of these regions brings.
Oh, very, very poetic words from both of you at the end of this journey. And yeah, time to say the last words in SkillzVault in this edition. When I was thinking what to say, I decided to say just thank you. And thank you for each of these 30 streams. Thanks to everyone in the SkillzVault family, stars, casters, and it is about you, Professor Tarzan, and it is about you, Highland Wolf, and also about Sandstorm, because he was with us too. Also, thanks to everyone who we can't see actually, but who was working hard to keep everything working. So thanks to Viral team, production, administrators, observers, and many thanks to Bitcoin Vault for the opportunity for us to spend a wonderful time here with the players who did everything they could to win. Thank you, everyone. Thank you once again. And it was a pleasure to be here, and I hope to see you soon. Thank you so much. It was SkillzVault, the first edition.
A huge amount of time spent on developing a new security standard in crypto has paid off. In November 2020, the Bitcoin Vault 3-key security solution was launched on mainnet. Therefore, Bitcoin Vault has delivered on its promise to become a cryptocurrency allowing reversible transactions. It is time to move forward. In the coming years, the team behind Bitcoin Vault will focus on 6 work streams. Number 1. Development. Our main goal here will be to become a part of a decentralized application ecosystem revolving around Ethereum 2.0. That's why we want to create a wrapped version of Bitcoin Vault by the end of 2021. Number 2. Security. We have our own team of blockchain security experts who audit the code on a regular basis. It's better to be safe than sorry. That's why we stay ahead of dangers and potential loopholes or bugs in the system. We will work with external partners to apply any fixes necessary, perform penetration tests, and at some point work with community and white hats on blockchain security. Number 3. User experience. Bitcoin Vault apps will continue to improve. In the coming years, we will focus on collecting user feedback and applying it to redesign our products to make them user-friendly, convenient, and fresh. Number 4. Products. Along with IT development, we are strongly focusing on market adoption with new products in the pipeline. In 2021, we want to launch staking products with our partner support and connect the Bitcoin Vault ecosystem to fiat currencies. Number 5. Marketing. Awareness. This will be our marketing and communication focus for the next few years. Despite years of rapid development, only a small percentage of people around the world use crypto. It's time for a change. And last but not least, number 6. Quantum computing. The final workstream is more long-term. We are looking at quantum computing concepts with a lot of expectations. What would that mean for blockchain and distributed ledger technology? We will partner with public institutions and private businesses to find a new role for blockchain projects supporting emerging technologies. We cannot predict the future, but we can shape it. Join us. Find out more by visiting our website at btcv.com.